On this episode of the Star Wars Time Show, Matt and Nick will be talking with the talented @Budfutu of Blue Harvest Studios on Instagram. Find out what it takes to become a studio-quality Star Wars diorama maker by tuning in. After they talk with Jay, they'll dive into the week's topics, which include the red-hot story about Gina Carano getting canned, a slew of future Star Wars video game updates. Yes, it looks like another classic game is getting a remake, and they'll also discuss the latest Vader comic breakdown. They'll touch on Ray Park's latest IG posts that don't involve his member while showing off a new must-buy Mando hot toy. Finally, they'll wrap with this week's fan question about the best female in Star Wars in this week's version of the Top 5 + 1 Fan Artist Feature of the Week. Punch it, Chewie. Hey now, everybody! Welcome back to a brand new episode of the Star Wars Time Show. And if you're watching live, then you know something isn't as it usually is. And that's, well, we got two things going on this week. One, we're dealing with some Mother Nature over here in the States. That's why my man Nick is not below me for this interview with the other new addition to the show you're seeing right now in Mr. J. Haywood, a.k.a. @Budfutu, a.k.a. Blue_Harvest_Studios on Instagram. That's right. It's time for another Star Wars Time Show artist interview session, stream, day, something like that. So welcome, Jay. Glad to have you. I know you kind of reached out after the Blainer Things interview, and we, of course, want to get you on there because, at least to me, @HaywoodPop on Instagram, and I know other people in the toy photography community, we all kind of look at you as one of the diorama making gods out there. So, again, Thanks for coming on. I know it's super early in the morning where you're at. That's why we are doing the show a few hours earlier than usual on a Tuesday. But we wanted to try to get Jay on here to talk about what he does in this hobby, learn a little bit more about him and what goes into his creative processes in the art that he makes, both in the form of toy pictures and his toy dioramas, which. If you've seen him out there, we will see a few on today's interview. I've got Jay's page pulled up right now, his @Budfutu page, but we'll also be checking out his Blue Harvest page as well. All right, so first and foremost, as you can see, Jay and I are related somehow. He is a brother Haywood. Our Haywoods are spelled the correct way, right? H-E-Y, not the H-A-Y type of stuff. And it is, Jay, you are from the UK, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, from London. Yeah,
I've heard that the Haywood name is very British in nature. I've never, paid for ancestry to figure out exactly how my Haywood strand ended up on the United States, but it's always good to see a brother Haywood, because I don't know about you, but there's a lot of H-A-Ys, a lot of H-E words.
Yeah,
but not
and the Haywards.
Yeah, the Haywards. Yeah. A lot of people don't know how to just interpret our very simply spelled name. It turned Hayward, Hayworth, Haywood, Hey you, Hey would you blow me? I don't know if you ever got that one, but that was fun in high school. So welcome to the show, Jay. I personally am a big fan of your work, as like I said, most people are. And like I said, Nick is down in Texas, and if you're in the States right now, we've been going through some hellacious winter weather. And in Texas, even though they think they're super tough, they can secede from the Union at any time, they're drowning in some snow and cold weather right now. So he's trying to unthaw his hot water heater. Maybe he'll call in later for the rest of the show. But for now, it's me and it's at Budfutu, and we're going to learn a little bit more about what makes Jay tick in terms of his passion for Star Wars, which I'm assuming he has, considering the art he produces, as well as what he gets into with said art. So, Jay, first and foremost, we were kind of talking offline. Can you explain? You know, you're from the UK, but as you said to me, you've been stuck in another part of the world now for, it seems like, almost a year. So before we get into kind of your bio and your Star Wars background, where the hell are you, and why are you stuck there?
Well, originally from the UK, as you said, but I actually live in Australia. I've been there for 15 years, and then my wife and I decided we wanted to go travelling around Asia. So we packed up our stuff with our 3 kids and went off to Asia. And we've been here 14 months so far. We'd only been travelling for perhaps 2.5 months, and then we arrived in Malaysia, and then arrived on this little island called Langkawi. And the day we arrived, the coronavirus hit. And then we've been stuck here ever since.
So how has that been? I mean, obviously, like you said, you were getting ready to go on a big family travel trip, and then the death of 2020 hits. I mean, how do you deal with that as a family on the road, being in a country you may have never been to? I mean, what's that been like, being stuck in Malaysia for almost a year now?
Yeah, me and my wife are both travellers. We went travelling around Asia 20 years ago, obviously before kids. So we're used to that kind of travelling thing. And as I said, we moved from the UK to Australia. But it's been fine, We're just not visiting many places. We're just stuck in one place now.
Right.
As I said, we're on an island, tropical island of, I think the population is maybe 80,000. It's a duty-free island, so we're just.
If you're going to get stranded somewhere during all this, an island sounds like a pretty damn good place to kind of quarantine.
Yeah. Despite the coronavirus, obviously it's affected 99% of the population of the world in some way. It's actually benefited us. As I said, we're stuck here. I've had to start building dioramas to bring in money to support us. So I'm kind of living a dream, Just diorama building. Unless you're pumping out hundreds a week, it's hard to live on, especially in sort of expensive places to live like the UK or Australia.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of a niche business, right? You got to find the right community, which I think luckily we've got that on Instagram, but it's not a traditional business where you may have orders coming in every single day nonstop for a year or two.
Well, that's right. You have to fight for yourselves. You have to put yourself out there and sell. But because of the exchange rate over here in Malaysia, it's very cheap to live. So by selling my dios, I'm able to survive over here. And
you're like a millionaire, right? Oh. Yeah, you sell a dio, and you can essentially buy a mansion in Malaysia. I love it. Nice.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Really stretching your coin. Nice.
Yeah, well, we're living in a 3-bedroom house with a pool. We've got a car for rent, and selling dios is putting food on the table, and
excellent.
Yeah, our rent. So, pretty fortunate
for the situation. It sounds like you all have made the best of it, and you're kind of living your best life right now, or what you can when you're dealing with a pandemic like this. So, glad you're safe. Glad the dios are helping to keep the Haywoods going down there. So, let's kind of get into the Star Wars, right? This is the Star Wars time show after all. Clearly, Jay is into the franchise, as are most people that I would assume are listening to the show would be. So Jay, is it like the rest of us? Can you trace your Star Wars fandom all the way back to your existence, or is there a point in time I mean, I don't know how old you are, but is there a point in time in your life where you're like, I really like this shit. I like this galaxy that is far, far away, and I'm going to let it kind of shape who I become.
Well, yeah, I'm a 77 boy. I was born in 77.
All right.
The first movie I see was, I think, Return of the Jedi at the movie theatre in '83. Had all obviously the Kenner toys, and just been a fan ever since, you know. Yeah, just fan, you know. Collecting back in the '90s, you know.
Oh yeah.
In the '80s.
Yeah, you're from the original era, as I like to say, like the rest of us. Those born in the, you know, obviously before the movies, and those born in the early '80s. I'm an '80s kid. Like you, my first movie was Jedi in the theater. Do you remember what started your fascination with Star Wars? Was it another family member, or was it just you? You might have saw it on the news, or all the hysteria around the original movies opening, and then Empire in '80. What kind of?
I just remember seeing Star Wars. It was just there, you know, just slap in the face. It was just growing up, you know what I mean? I was 6 when I see Jedi, and got the toys for Christmas and birthdays, and it was just there, and it's just never left, you know. It's, you know, I've always been a collector, you know, especially as I said in the sort of '90s, collecting the Art of Star Wars books, models and statues.
Now,
and
if
toys.
you're a collector, are you like the rest of us? Have you been able to get rid of any of it, or do you still have stuff from when you were a kid with you now? Maybe not in Malaysia, but wherever.
No, it's a sore point because I can't remember how old I was, but at some point my mum gave all my Star Wars stuff away to the.
Oh no!
It went to a good place. It went to the kids' hospital.
Okay, well.
But yeah, all my original Kenner stuff left, and I was an only child, so I had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you're probably gonna be like, but my daughter, she's almost 5. She's also an only kid right now, and pretty much. Dad just showers her with crap, probably stuff that he's really buying for himself, but you know what I mean.
No, that's right. Yeah. Well, I'm because of when I was born, I'm not really a fan of. I'm not really a fan of anything outside the original trilogy.
Got you.
No EU prequels, I guess. Okay, because it was Lucas. The sequels. Don't exist in my headcanon.
Got you. Well, we're getting there. I was just going to ask then, so I think I know the answer to this. Your favorite film or trilogy? Let me guess.
Well, yeah. Well, as I said, there's only really one trilogy for me. The favorite film? It's a tough one, you know. Part of me, I go against the grain. It's either A New Hope or Return of the Jedi. A New Hope, obviously, where it started. Just the overall movie. It's just, something completely different and amazing. But then Return of the Jedi, you can't beat it. You know, the whole.
I'm with you.
Jabba scene, beginning, is just my favourite scene of the entire thing, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm with you, and it may be a Haywood thing, and I think you preface it perfectly. Where you know we're kind of different, because usually you ask that question to people and they go right to ESB. ESB seems to be the universal favorite for most fans of our era and in general. I know a lot of fans, at least with the Disney stuff, have taken the Rogue One. They really like that one as well. But yeah, I'm with you as well. I think Return of the Jedi. I love the Ewoks. Fuck the people that hate the murder bears. There's nothing wrong with the Ewoks. The Ewoks made sense. There's nothing wrong with them. But it is that there's something about that movie. I don't know if it's because that was the first one we saw in theaters. I know
that's right. Oh, yeah.
I know with me, there's some like father son shit at the end with the big battle between Vader and Luke kind of tapping into the dark side, but then pulling back when he realizes that he is becoming just like his father. So I get some some sappiness around that, but I'm with you. I really think Jedi, for that trilogy, kind of perfected everything George was doing in the first one, and then in the second one in terms of visuals, the set pieces, the action moments, and just some of the mythology we got. I mean, you got the reveal of Leia. Obviously you get the I want to see you with my own eyes moment with Anakin coming back. So I don't know, maybe it's a Haywood thing. I know we're kind of outliers when we say Jedi is one of the best, but that's okay. We are right and they are wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, as you said, just the whole, you know, the full circle of it, of Jedi, you know, the ending, that was the ending of the Star Wars for me, you know. They live happily ever after. But the main thing for me, I think, was just Jabba's palace scene. You know, that whole first 30 minutes of the movie. It's just amazing, you know. And it's all what Star Wars is about. That Jabba's palace. You know, there's probably 4 humans in that.
Right. Oh yeah.
The rest,
it's all
monsters
or puppets,
aliens.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. It's a beautiful part of the movie and the best part of the trilogy. You know, it's just it is Star Wars, the same as the cantina scene in A New Hope. You know.
So do you mess with Mandalorian at all, or you're good with what was given to you?
Mandalorian.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mandalorian.
So how did you like getting the return to Jabba's palace there at the end? I mean, are you all caught up? I don't want to like.
Yeah, I mean, that was great, man.
Okay.
Just I mean, I think we've all been waiting for a return of Jabba's palace at some point.
Yeah.
Whether it's in a prequel or somewhere, and that was beautiful.
Let's while we're on it, do you think Boba is going to kind of set up shop there? I mean, is this his palace now? Is he taking over the whatever cartel Bib was working over? I mean, what do you think? What are some Budfutu speculation on Book of Boba?
Yeah, I haven't really thought too much about it. You know, I just sort of watched it and took it in and grinned and just waited for the next episode, I guess.
Have you built the Book of Boba diorama yet? Right, because I actually on the stream, Jay, I've got up your first shot just because it kind of matches with what you're talking about, your love of the Jabba's palace scene. Once we get into a lot of Jay's work, the Dio building especially, you can see he started with his favorite movie, in particular favorite scene, and you can really see the level of passion that Jay has for Jabba's palace once we start looking at some of his diorama builds, because they are... in my opinion, Jay, and I guess you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a damn near one-to-one recreation, not scale-wise, but one-to-one in terms of design, the art, the weathering of the palace. Like it's movie quality recreation is how I classify your dioramas.
Yeah, it's funny because I built that palace. That was my first one, and I built that was 4 years ago. And in terms of skill and technique, I think I've come a long way. So I would actually, there is a few structure-wise, it's as accurate as I could get in the space to fit it in, because it was in a bookshelf, so I only had certain dimensions to fit it in.
Hey Jay, is that how it started? Because I remember, I think the first picture that caught my eyes, you essentially recreated iconic scenes to place on a bookshelf to house your figures. Is that kind of how the Dios started, or this is a side project?
But it's funny. I started it before I even knew Star Wars was on Instagram. I started collecting the Black Series figures, and I kept them all in their boxes. So I had the shelves just full of boxes. And when I'd buy them, I'd open them up. And then obviously, because I'm not a kid, I wouldn't play with them. So I'd end up putting them back in the box and putting them back on my shelf, Right. And it seemed to be such a waste of a figure to be stuck in a box, because they're how cool they are.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this, box people? It's okay. Take them out. These figures are not going to be worth a lot. There's so many. Free them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get onto that later about that. I've got so much to say. But, so I wanted to get them out of the box, and I was like, I can't just put them on the shelf. They look a bit stale, a bit bare. So I thought, I actually was considering, just painting backgrounds for them, just sit them behind. And I remember getting Jabba the Hutt, and obviously he needs something to sit on, So Jabba's throne was actually my first diorama.
I've got that. I've got the shot up now on the stream. It's of the finished shot, and it's Boba Fett delivering his quarry to Jabba the Hutt. So this is the finished version of what Jay is talking about. While he's talking about his first ever, I have images here of how he started. It looks like building the throne, and then there's the kind of the cutout version. It looks like you got some wood in there. I mean, as you can see, those of you on the stream, I mean, just look at the details here and just the kind of pre-staging that Budfutu did with this dio. Just absolutely mind-boggling type of work. And now we're back to the finished product with Fett, and here's another one. This is great. This is the one with the Gamorrean guards. It looks like they're sitting here lynching somebody or stomping on. It looks like
giving him a good idea or something.
Yep. Just another excellent shot in this excellent looking diorama. So, kind of back to the Star Wars stuff. We'll get into the dios in depth here in a bit. Is there a character that kind of really resonated with you, Jay? You're number one, be it male, female, alien, it doesn't matter. But do you have like a go-to character, like this is my guy or my girl or my alien?
Obviously for the main characters, I think it's got to be Han Solo.
All right,
but I'm a bigger fan of the background characters. The passers-by, the aliens. That's what I love about Star Wars the most.
So you're a big fan of Figure and Dan and the modal nodes, right?
Just everyone, even if they're just
Hammerhead, Snaggletooth.
Yeah, Hammerhead's one of my favourites. The Gamorrean guards, they're my favourites as well. Just the creature creations, that's what Star Wars is for me. You've got your heroes, you've got your scoundrel, you've got Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, but it's really just the background characters that make Star Wars for me.
So I'm assuming you appreciated what they did in The Mandalorian then again, where they went back to, they used that volume with the LED screens, but they actually went back to a lot of practical effects, practical sets, and more importantly, the alien builds. But that's you had some CG, but you also had people in costumes again. It is nice to kind of see that in Star Wars, kind of going back to how George did things, keeping it as real as possible.
And as much as I said, the sequels don't exist for me. I think JJ done it right when he first when they made The Force Awakens. It was all about the practical effects. It was all about the puppets. It went back. I actually didn't mind The Force Awakens as a movie. There's a few things that I didn't like, but I let it go because it's 30 years later. It's a new Star Wars saga, I guess. But the way he made it, I think he paved the way to not do what George done in the prequels and kept it real,
Right.
Miniatures, puppets, less CGI,
I think a lot of people, even those that were ready to raise Disney or light people on fire over TLJ and the other movies, I do think a lot of fans were down. They enjoyed the Force Awakens, and it did kind of set up what could have been a pretty decent trilogy, but we all know what happens. We're not here to like sit and shit on people's decisions. It is what it is. No. I mean,
that's right.
You can't have, and I've said this a million times, I'll say it again until I'm blue in the face, but you can't take 3 artists and expect them to tell a coherent trilogy. Each artist is going to want to put their own stamp on the story, especially when they're the ones writing it. So, but I agree. TFA had the beginnings of what could have been a very interesting trilogy, albeit set way past the trilogy we love, but it just, hey, it is what it is. We got what we got. Yeah. And Mando.
I mean, they should have just got JJ to just make all 3 movies.
Of course. That would have been the wise decision. I mean, even though George, during the first films, he didn't direct everyone, but he was still involved with the story. So you had that constant vision throughout. But hey, it's over now. We've got through it. We got The Mandalorian, all these live action shows coming up. So there's still that to look forward to.
Well, and Rogue One was a great movie. I actually kind of would include that in my top movies.
Yeah, I mean, it's like episode 3.5. I mean, it feels like it's a part of the original movies. I mean, it spawned based on the first few sentences in A New Hope's opening crawl. I mean, that's where Rogue One came from. All right, Jay. So is there we got the trilogy's favorite character. I mean, he likes the backgrounds and the scoundrels. Is there a moment from the franchise that you would take, like, say, a visitor from another planet and be like, look, watch this moment. This is why Star Wars is life.
I would either say the Tatooine Mos Eisley scenes from A New Hope at the beginning, or again Jabba's Palace. I think if you've never seen it before and you see Jabba's Palace, you know what Star Wars is about.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
No, as I said, especially with what I love about Star Wars is the oversized of things. You've got the Jawas sandcrawler.
I know. It's like the Jawas. They're making up for something, right? They're making up for their short height, or who knows? But they really do overcompensate with their sandcrawler.
Yeah. But when you first see the Banthas, never seen anything like it on screen, and it wasn't stop motion. It wasn't some shit puppet. It was, it was a live animal. It was a bantha.
Oh yeah,
on screen that
Yep.
Again, this is what attracts a lot of people. Himself with Star Wars, that it's so real looking. There's no doubt that this is a movie you could be watching, some kind of well documented doco. It's just done perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
So I think either the Mos Eisley scenes or Jabba's Palace for someone that hadn't seen Star Wars. I think because I'm not a great fan of the space battles. The spaceships are not my favorite. They're not up there for me.
Well, I mean, let's be real. In those old movies, and hey, don't get me wrong, I love them. I love George, but the space stuff, wow, for the time in the 70s and early 80s was groundbreaking. I mean, absolutely mind-boggling what George was able to create visually and cinematically with the models and doing all that stuff. But these days, those are probably the aspects of the originals that don't quite hold up as well as the other parts of the film. They just don't move as fluid as we've seen in modern science fiction. I mean, it does seem a little off. And
it's funny. Before I left to come traveling, I managed to get hold of the DVDs of the trilogy that had the second disc
with the original. Yes. They're like in that tiny letterbox presentation still, right?
Yeah. So, which I love. Everyone goes on about these 4K versions and stuff. But what I love about it is a copy of VHS. viewing,
Yeah,
which I love. That's what we grew up with. And I must say, as much as there's a bit of hatred with George, sort of fucking around with the special editions, the actual space battle of the end of A New Hope is kind of bland. It's very slow.
Yeah.
Compared to the special edition that we've obviously everyone sort of knows, and that's what's Star Wars now. But yeah, I think he made a good move on those additions to the space battle of the Death Star on A New Hope. Because I remember watching it. I hadn't watched it for obviously years, and it was just really slow. That space battle was just,
you got I think you've given me something to do, Jay. It's been shit. I maybe 20 years since I've watched the actual original versions, not George's special editions. And you are right, because he didn't add much to A New Hope, but it is focused around the Battle of Yavin. You kind of get that new CG approach shot where all the X-wings and Y-wings are coming in, and it sounds like what Jay's saying. You even get maybe some more battle added to it to speed things up. But I need to go back and check some of these out.
I was almost a little disappointed when I see the end space battle. I was like, man, you did need to enhance that.
That's a good point, especially for people our age that grew up with the originals, and we were probably in our teens when the special editions came out, which it was still an event. You got to go back to a movie theater and see Star Wars, but they were fundamentally different. Some of the changes, I think, was just George being George, and he is an artist after all and can't just let things go. To me, the most egregious changes are in Jedi, specifically when he makes Vader now yell no at the end. I've gotten over it. It used to really rub me the wrong way. I mean, now you kind of see that he's struggling with that choice. Should I save my son, or should I keep being a little bitch to this Emperor? But adding that no, and they picks him, I was like, you probably didn't need that, George. I'm not really sure.
You didn't need
I'm not really sure, man. I know when I was little, I got what you were trying to do when Vader was looking back and forth. I understood. We don't need the no, and then chucks him. But hey, when you're George Lucas and you come up with all this stuff in your head, I guess you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want. So it is what it is.
I think with George, because he obviously struggled with producing the original trilogy because of the time.
Oh yeah, money, everything,
and everything. Obviously, when he did actually make the special editions, it was like a kid in the toy store. He had everything available to make what he wanted to do in '77.
That's right. Lots of new toys.
So. Yeah, well, that's right, and I think everyone would, if you'd made something in the 70s and then had all this to play with, you get a little bit carried away, I think,
of course. We can kind of...
I wanted to do this and I wanted to do that and now I can do it, But, adding no to Vader was just unnecessary. Same as adding the new song in Jabba's Palace.
Dude,
that was
that one, you were right. That's probably the worst because it's terrible. Bring back, what's her name? Is it Sny or Sly Stoodles? Bring back her song. Just let her sing that very... very clear puppet acting they were using with her. Just keep all that in. Let Max do his thing. You don't need to bring in that dude with the big nose and blah, 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 blah. It's crazy.
And I'm a big 70s funk fan.
Yeah,
and that was a funky tune, man. The original, and it was just perfect the way it went from one scene and just kicked in that song.
I loved it.
It was just perfect, and it was dirty.
They also took out Yub Nub too, the Ewok celebration. That was another song that I kind of missed at the end. You get the nice drum. You get the nice drum build up. You see him beating on the helmets, the Yub Nub, and then no, that's all gone now.
Oh, that's right. There's certain things that George done right in those special editions, and was necessary, and there was just some things that I don't know.
Yeah,
it was he just up late at night tripping and just
yeah, leave the music alone, George. The music was perfect, buddy.
Yeah, you know, just silly things like adding the rock in front of R2 in A New Hope when Obi-Wan discovers Luke.
Yeah.
Stuff, you know, it's stuff that you don't need to add, and you know,
but it really was. It was like the audio stuff. He just went overboard, because even that scene you're talking about, he added a new Crate Dragon yell from Obi-Wan that is just absolutely insane sound. He's like, it's like, okay, I mean, whatever he did before was fine. I don't know why we needed that, but all right. All right, Jay. So, you know, clearly you're a huge fan of Star Wars. I mean, would you say that in some form or fashion, Star Wars kind of, I guess what came first, the diorama building or taking pictures of toys? And do you feel like Star Wars ultimately pushed you into this hobby, or I guess jobby at this point in time for you?
Yeah, well, as I said before, you know, I wanted to make backgrounds for my figures for the shelf. And just as I was making the throne and Jabba's palace, well, just the throne, and well, once I started making that throne, with that photo that you see when it was just the 3 layers of timber, once I actually made that, I threw that aside and was like, right, I can actually do this. I can create stuff. So then I went straight ahead and made the Han Solo and Carbonite diorama, and that got me running with that. And just at that time, I had an Instagram account, but I didn't know Star Wars existed, as I said, on Instagram as it is that I know now. And then I discovered Matt's Star Wars The Black Series.
Oh, yeah.
IG account. And then that opened up a whole, it's like, wow, people are taking photos of their stuff. Why didn't I think of this, you know? And then, yeah, obviously, you know, building these things rather than sitting on the shelves, I was like, well, you know, I'll take photos, of course. And that was it, you know, and then it just sort of, obviously, as everyone, it just snowballs, you
know?
So
how soon after, you know, say Star Wars The Black Series, or after the community kind of catches wind of your work, in particular, I mean, the shots are fantastic too, but the backgrounds, your dioramas, how soon were you getting hit up by people in your DMs saying, hey, where'd you get that? Oh, you made it. Can you make one for me? I mean, how quick from just trying it yourself to make your shelves look more entertaining and get your figures out of their damn boxes, how quick did it go from just doing that for you to, hey, I can maybe make some money at this?
It was a long time, to be honest with you. You know, no one really approached me to buy stuff. I'd get a few messages on, you know, how did you do this, or stuff like that, but it wasn't until, I can't really remember now, I think it was about 2 years ago that I started selling Jabba's throne, because people liked my work and they were interested in it. I thought I'd put it up for sale, you know, and offer commissions. So I didn't get a great deal of people reaching out to me to buy stuff. In fact, I don't think I had any, to be honest with you.
What the hell's wrong with you people? Look at this guy's work. I think I'm on, remember, this is at Budfutu on Instagram. He also runs at blue_harvest_studios on Instagram. And that's the page I have up now, Jane. I'm just scrolling through it, and I'm at your very first listing on Blue Harvest. And it is the Jabba throne, and as people can see, it is very highly detailed. Yeah. You got the weathering in there. I mean, he doesn't just build them, he paints them accurately. He gets some soft goods. I mean, just amazing work. So, all right. Well, I don't know. I guess I know when I see these things and I see your new posts, and I believe your current project is, and you may be out of them, so excuse me if I'm speaking out of turn, but it was your hangar 35 or docking bay 35.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. I got the set where you have all the walls up there. I got that image pulled up now on the stream for everyone to see. But this is your second wave.
35, you know, like a lot of people, you know, in photography and diode building. People tend to start selling stuff that's in,
Right.
And obviously for a business side and selling point, that's what you should be doing. You should be selling the stuff that has just arrived. That's what.
Just think about in the community and what people are sharing, or the toys they're taking, or I'm sorry, the toys they're shooting at a current time. It's usually the newest wave to be released, or what Jay's saying here, his Docking Bay 35 series. He went with it because it's been featured in Mando. So it's a hot topic right now, and as you can see if you're watching on the live stream, it is a dead-on recreation of what John, Dave, the set designers did in The Mandalorian. I mean, did you offer it in 3 pieces, Jay, this one, or was it one big?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is an exact replica of the movie set.
Yep.
As much as I could. I mean, I spent a long time researching this one.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Do you, if it's Mandalorian, do you just pull up an episode and pause it and zero in on everything? Are you taking measurements off your TV screen? I mean, you're probably doing some crazy ass math conversions that my little brain can't handle.
Well, what I generally do, obviously, screenshot the episode, or whatever I want to take photos of. But with that scene there, the Docking Bay 35, there's no real clear scene of that whole piece in one. So I researched on Google for behind the scenes, the making of The Mandalorian, and I found quite a few aerial shots and a cast member or whoever took photos. So you can actually see the backs of the walls that are just, these walls are not a metre thick or 2 metres thick. They're stud walls,
right?
What you generally get a house out with. And I managed to find all the angles to get that exact copy and replica of.
Gee, how long would you say then for Docking Bay 35? Just prep work and studying and getting measurements. I mean, how much for those that may want to, start making dioramas of your quality or just dioramas in general, from start to finish on Docking Bay 35, how many man hours do you think you had into that thing?
Oh, well, I mean, say the initial start, I'd probably I might spend 80 hours researching, looking, searching. And once I get those pictures, getting the measurements right. So what I tend to do is I use my tablet. I'll get, as Mando walks out Docking Bay 35 for the first time and walks down the street of Mos Eisley, I'll get a screenshot of that. And I'll either blow it up on my screen of my tablet to literally 6 inch and then move that picture around.
All right.
And then get my caliper and measure everything on the screen to get it exact for the height of the character. So, if they're pretty much accurate to scale, but they might be a few inches out in real life, So now, basically, that's how I get
Jay,
it.
I mean, do you do this stuff in real life in terms of are you an architect or are you a designer or builder? I mean, where did you kind of even get the skills? Because I'm about as man skill lacking as it gets. The only tool I can use is a hammer, and that's mostly just to pound shit or tear stuff down. Is there something you did in your professional life or, maybe as work back in the day that kind of led into this and just knowing how to do it and how to get the measurements right and kind of create these blueprints?
Well, I've always been artistic, not particularly good. I went to art college.
Okay.
Done a general art where, we've done fashion textiles, we've done modeling, stuff. So I've done that in school, obviously, then went to college and done it. So I've always had that artistic way about me. But, to be honest with you, I was never actually particularly good at anything.
Well, I think you're pretty damn good at building Star Wars dioramas, buddy. I mean,
some people can pick up a pen and paper and draw a cartoon character. Or they paint on a canvas and paint a scene. And they've got that natural talent.
I got you.
I had that one key element. I was just always interested in that kind of thing. And then, I'm a painter and decorator by trade.
Okay.
So I've always worked in construction, been a builder. So I've got that kind of measurement and looking, and I guess that eye for detail.
That makes sense.
Just from painting, I paint schools, I paint shopping centres, paint churches. And there's obviously a lot of measuring and stuff doing. I look at plans and things, and I just look at stuff and get it. It's taken. I've never watched a tutorial on building.
Okay.
So
you are artistic, just maybe not in the traditional sense. I mean, I don't know if you've ever listened to our top 5 where we got myself and Nick talking about, we call them real ass painters. Just the same bewilderment that someone can take their hands and grab a tool, be it a paintbrush, a digital brush, and create a lifelike picture. It's fucking wild. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how those guys
I don't know what is
it.
going on, but even what you're doing, like you say, you just kind of look at something and you measure it up. Yeah. I mean, obviously, your painting, your weathering is excellent.
You just sort of. My advice to people: just research. You can ask for advice of people, and people can tell you how to do stuff. But until you actually do it yourself, you learn by your mistakes. That's what I done. Jabba's Palace took me perhaps maybe 12 months to complete. And I'd spend hours just staring at a part, thinking, how can I make this? How can I create that arch over Jabba the Hutt? And that was made out of PVC pipe and wood, and obviously just plastered over and painted. I spent a long time just staring at that, just thinking, how can I make this? And it's easy to go and find a tutorial, but one of the things I enjoy about diorama making is working things out for myself. I get the pleasure of just, yes, I've got it. I know how to do it.
The eureka moment is one of my favorite things in anything. I could be troubleshooting a tech issue, or maybe doing a toy setup, or like you said, working on a diorama. But when you get that, yes, finally, I thought I was going to delete this thing or smash my computer, but yes, I finally. That is a high that is worth seeking out.
Yeah, as I said, perhaps for every 100 hours I spent on Jabba's Palace, 70 of those were just sitting staring at it, working out what to do next, or how to do it, or doing it, and then it was shit. But you always learn by your mistakes, so attempt something yourself. Try it. If it doesn't work, try something else, and you just end up learning by your mistakes.
True.
You develop your own skills just naturally by doing that, just as I know.
I've actually, I don't know if you've noticed it, but just in the community itself, I'd say over the past year or so, maybe it's people being locked down and can't get out, or maybe people losing jobs, unfortunately, but I feel like a lot of the community has started to take to diorama building, especially with the foam sets, cutting up that purple foam board.
Yeah, well, I think people reach their limit. I guess I had it a little bit easier because I started off straight away with diorama building and then went on to photography. But a lot of photographers obviously done it outside shots.
Yeah.
Right. be it snow or sand, or in the garden, in the front yard. And then I guess especially if you've been on Instagram for a few years or whatever, even a couple of years, you're sort of right. Well, I can't be taking the same shot of stormtroopers.
Yes.
Push. I need to change something. So I think that's what the progression of a lot of photographers are. That right, I need to actually build something with my hands now to make my
make
photos
the shot
different.
look better. I'm right there with you.
Just have something different on your gallery. Everyone likes a bit of difference in your galleries. And I mean, I've got that with mine at the moment. I'm a bit stale because I'm away. I can't make all the dioramas I want to, because at some point I've got to go backpacking again.
Right.
So
yeah, you don't want to be hauling around a bunch of docking bay 35s in Malaysia as you're trying to get back to the home country.
Well, it's funny because I actually had 3 outstanding banthas that I hadn't finished for customers just before I left. So much to my wife's annoyance, I packed an extra 70-litre or 80-litre backpack of 3 or 4 unfinished banthas.
Yeah.
And at the time, 3 or 4 Mos Eisley diodes in a back with some tools and some bits and essential items.
She's like, we're just fucking going backpacking, Jay. Why the hell do you need all this shit?
Yeah. Like my kids have got 1 bag each. My wife's got 1 bag
you have
each.
10.
Camera bag and my laptop bag. I've got my backpack, my clothes. I've got my bag full of about, I think, 90 Star Wars figures I brought with me, and a 70-litre backpack of dioramas and banthas. And I actually, when we was in Kuala Lumpur, in the capital of Malaysia, we stayed there for a week purely for me to finish off my 3 banthas.
Just so you quit carrying all this shit with you. That's great. Boys and their toys. You gotta love it when dad is the one with the most bags on a vacation. You gotta love it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But I've managed to carry around about 80 or 90 Star Wars figures with me.
Well,
some of them, I've got a 9-year-old son. Is obviously majorly into Star Wars. So some of them are
there. You go. You can put some of the blame on the son.
Shit like that.
Yeah.
But I have nothing to do with. I've got mine. He's got his.
Right. Don't touch daddy's. Right. Don't mess with my figures.
No, that's right. Yeah. From a very young age, he's learned very well to respect the figure.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing because I know other collectors and other toy photographers out there are probably laughing with us because they know that. They know going on vacation that, daddy may be packing some figures and some backgrounds. And if daddy has a kid, like, hey, you can have the figure and open it, but, don't maybe run its head on the concrete and stuff like that. You got to keep them looking good. So I can relate to you, man. I love it.
Yeah, no, my son's, they're actually just all in one big box now. But seriously, my son hasn't lost any accessories in the whole time we've been here. Every gun is accountable. Every lightsaber hilt's accountable. He's got them all in. He knows, he's very good with them.
I'm working on the accessory wrangling with my young one right now. Every time she gets a figure, if there's multiple accessories, I break out a little Ziploc bag for her and be like, look, they all go in here. That way you don't have to ask dad at nighttime, hey, did you see this little fucking coffee mug for Barbie? It's like, well, why didn't you just put it in the bag, right? So I get you. All right, man, kind of transitioning out of the Dio stuff. Are there any... And getting into the photography aspect of your hobby, are there any tools that you may recommend to those that want to get into making dioramas before we move into the photography? I mean, is there like a tool set that you have found having handy, be it X-Acto knives, hammers, my favorite, saws?
I think when we finally leave this place and move on to Thailand and wherever we're going, I'll have perhaps like a pencil case full of essentials. So, caliper for one.
There you go.
I guess set squares, for obviously making your cuts straight and your angles good. And that's it, really. Rulers, pens.
Yeah. It's really just having the drive, and then, like you said, just being able to kind of dedicate your time to studying whatever you're about to create to make it as lifelike as possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that say, "Oh, right, I've bought all this stuff. Now what do I do?"
Right. Yeah.
As much as I get that, it's just like, well, no, have an idea.
Yes, that's the key. It's hard. I talk about this when it comes to the photography aspect, and that's why I'm mostly a static portrait type of toy photographer, because I don't have the ideas, and that's okay. But what @Budfutu is saying here on Instagram is, and this relates, I would assume, to the photography aspect. Like, I'll have people like, hey, what camera do you use? It's not necessarily the camera. It's, can you envision a scene and then line it up and take a shot of it? And that's similar to what you're saying. It's not so much the tools when it comes to making dioramas. It's having the idea and then being able to carry that idea out in real time in the real world. So a lot of times it's the thought that matters more than anything else.
Yeah, and I get, especially with the popularity of toy photography now and dio building, people want that instantly. They want that full setup instantly. They want these photos instantly. But because I sort of basically self-learned, it was a slow process. So I'm, I guess, old school in that respect, where you just look at something, right, I want to recreate that. What do I need? How do I create that? If you want to do a reproduction of a screenshot, look at that shot. There's lights here, there's this there. Take a photo. It might look shit. Work off of that. Right. Compare it to the screenshot.
Practice.
Practice, yeah, and that's it. You can't knock practice. I say everything's developed in the whole world of everything. Trial by error. Just look at it. Look what you want to create, and take a photo. That doesn't look right. What needs to be adjusted? Do I need more lights? Do I need no lights? Do I need natural light? I don't know. Just. As I said, I spend a lot of time just looking and thinking about stuff.
Yeah, both of these hobbies are not things you're probably just going to pick up and be a master within a day, a week, a month, maybe even a year. We've seen some accounts where they start, it's like, all right, they kind of know what they're doing, and then they excel into a mega account. But that takes time. None of this is overnight. Although I will, as we're talking about @Budfutu's toy photography now, on the live stream, I have his first ever toy shot. And I'll tell you what, it's a pretty damn good first attempt. For those of you that aren't on the live stream, what Jay did is he essentially recreated the scene where Princess Leia in the Bausch disguise is deactivating Han Solo's carbonite bed to awaken him. And dude, I'll tell you what, like, if that's your first toy shot, I've seen some first toy shots from some mega accounts, and even they were fairly basic. This is a pretty damn good shot. You got the lighting down, you got the lighting effect on the panel. How, knowing you, that's probably real light on the panel. Right? I'm guessing it's right.
Yeah.
You got that nice little snoot light on Han to just highlight his face, and then feet and hands, just like in the movie. So I know while Jay said that you need to practice a bit when you first start a hobby like this, he was pretty damn close to producing some kick-ass looking scene recreations right when he started. Way back in June of 2016 was your first toy post or official toy photography.
I was a bit lucky with that one. because I remember I took that photo and I didn't really know how Instagram worked, and as I said, obviously that was my first toy photo, and it actually got featured by Matt on Star Wars The Black Series. And I remember I didn't know the ins and outs of how Instagram worked or trying to get features, so I took a photo, posted it on my account, and I'd messaged Matt and I said, "Oh, am I doing this right?" Expecting him to obviously feature me straight away because I took a Star Wars shot.
Right.
And so I was surprised he actually, thinking back now, I was surprised he actually posted it, because I was hounding him, not begging him to post my shot, but I was genuinely thought that if I take a Star Wars shot, anything, he's going to feature it.
He just throws it up. Yeah, he is the Star Wars vacuum.
So I was just like, am I doing this right? I've taken a shot of Star Wars.
Post it, damn it.
Yeah, but it wasn't even that. It's kind of peculiar. As I said, I had no idea of the world of features gaining followers or anything like that. So I was very genuine in my, why haven't you posted it? Why haven't you?
I love that. I love this story.
But now I know, it's just like, and I know Matt hates people posting a photo and give it, feature me.
Post my shit. Post it now.
So, and I was very lucky with that shot, because if you see my early, from then on, I don't think I've got another feature for a long time. And because I sort of run out of scenes to do, because I only had that diorama, I was taking outside shots, and they weren't particularly brilliant. So yeah, it took me a long while to actually get into the community, the rhythm,
the ecosystem. He kind of is the
and just like shots, it took a while, obviously, to find out what you're doing and what's good and what's not.
Then our dumbasses showed up, and now we got another feature page for Star Wars accounts. So we're not just Black Series. We feature anything Star Wars. It could be tattoos. It could be tin cans made to look like R2-D2. We don't care. We love Star Wars art in general.
And that's great. It's a great page that you've got, as you said. It can be art, it can be tattoos, it can be, I don't know, a goddamn T-shirt that someone's made, or anything. It's a great page.
So I'm assuming, do you only shoot Black Series, or have you tried other lines and scales?
No, just it's one of those things, because, as I said earlier, because all my toys got thrown away years ago, I was never a collector of anything in particular with Star Wars. In the 90s, there was quite a few different variations of 375s that are about. And it's one of those things, it's hard to actually sort of hone in on one particular kind of thing to collect. And it wasn't until the Black Series turned up, I started collecting it when it first arrived, that I was like, right, I haven't got a mass collection of Star Wars or a full collection of something. This is it. They're great figures, especially with the first few. There's the Sand Trooper, Greedo, R2 were just magnificent.
So were you collecting Black Series when it first launched? I mean, you actually have the black and orange stripe boxes, or the black and blue stripe.
Okay. Yeah. 2000, what was it, 14 or 15 or something, or 16. I go to my Toys R Us, and I remember seeing, piles of Darth Maul, and just walked past it and didn't think anything of it, and CR2, didn't think anything of it. And then I think it had come around Christmas, so I was just like, you know what, I want some Star Wars figures. So I asked my wife for some Star Wars figures for Christmas, and I think my first ones were R2, Greedo, and Sand Trooper. And then that was it, it's just like, right, I'm an adult, I've got a job, I can pay for this stuff.
Yeah, it gets dangerous, people.
And I'm a completist.
That we suffer from that as well.
Only original trilogy Star Wars, obviously, which is obviously a lot cheaper than buying every single numbered box that's ever produced. But, you know, I just want to sort of go back to obviously not having my original Kenners, you know, and not having a full collection. And obviously being a kid in the 70s and 80s, no kid got a Star Wars figure and thought, I'm going to keep this because in 40 years' time, this is going to be worth money.
No,
you know?
we played with them.
So, and, you know, all my Black Series, I've got all the boxes still. I keep them, you know. I think I've got about a 98% success rate of taking the tape off without cutting it.
Yep.
And then taking the figures out and then putting the insert in. I've got, I think, maybe 4 70-litre tubs of empty boxes. Just so if anything happens or later on in life I want to change my display, I can put them all back in the box and I've got a nice display.
I've fully cut myself from keeping boxes, especially with Black Series. It's like they go right into the recycle bin at this point in time. Some of the original Black Series did hold value because there was like a resurgence when all of us that missed the original Black Series in 14-15, like Jay was talking about, people like me that were wasting their money on collecting Funko Pops for years, realized that like, oh shit, there's actually some nice 6-inch looking figures. Let me go see if I can find some. And they were all gone. And you're talking like $80 to $100 a pop on eBay. But now Hasbro doing all these archive releases has essentially canceled out that market, because a lot of those Black Series boxes you can get now, and they look better than they did when they came out in 14-15. But yeah, shit can get dangerous. I get it. I mean, my dad beat into my head, save the boxes, resale value, blah blah, and it did me well on my Funko Pops. I've talked about on the show. I've made a ridiculous amount of money selling old Funko Pops. But with these Star Wars, like the new Star Wars stuff, the Hasbros that get released, and there's millions of them. Fuck it, boxes going garbage. Click
for love, not profit.
Right.
You know
exactly.
You know, but you know, as I said, I keep my boxes purely just for an alternative display option at some point. You know, I'll never ever sell them, even if they're worth 10 grand, you know.
Too important. Too many
Yeah.
emotional dollars attached to them. Nostalgia dollars.
Yeah. I just want a complete set of Star Wars figures. That's all I want in life, you know. That's all. You know, I want them boxed. As I said, original Kenner versions, but there's a lot of money to be spent on that collection, so I'll stick with the Black Series, you know.
Hey, Jay, back to your toy photography. Were there any influences that went into how you think of a shot and then execute one? I mean, I had your the Leia rescue shot of Han up there. Now I'm pulling up your shot, and it's one of my favorites. It's you remade Yoda's Dagobah hut, and you got the scene where R2 is out there just kind of looking in like, hey guys, what about me? I want some of that disgusting looking stew. I guess in terms of the toy photography aspect of your hobbies, is there anyone that influences you maybe from the community or outside the toy photography community, or is it again just the movies and you wanting to recreate scenes that you remember watching as a little kid?
Yeah, basically, you know, I mean, obviously everyone in the community sort of influences you in positioning your figures, I guess. But you know, my main thing was recreating Star Wars scenes. So there was no one really to sort of influence me with that, except for still shots of George Lucas's movies. And then, obviously the outside shots. Obviously, back in the day, I think even like you. Work more or less, Jason, a few other people, the old schools kind of push that photography more, not necessarily recreating their shots of what they've done, but just their influence of just doing stuff, whatever it was, whether it was outside or in snow, or there wasn't really one particular person or style. It was just not doing dioramas,
Right.
you know, using the outside world, and just basically just shooting. You know, I shouldn't be confined to just shooting dioramas. The same as we were talking earlier. You know, people that shoot outside all the time suddenly have started building dioramas. You know, they've had enough of their shooting outside in the forest or in the snow. You know, they want something different. And, you know, obviously, being on Instagram, I think it's a bit of a buzz, you know, doing something and having people comment and like, you know, I mean, you know, we don't obviously, the majority of us don't do this for likes and popularity, but man, it's nice to be.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because there'll be people out there like,
that's a great
don't worry about the likes, or don't do it for likes. And I get all that, but everyone is human, and everyone, when they put something out there that they've created as a piece of art, or in their mind a piece of art, of course they're going to be affected by likes and comments. Of course they are.
Yeah, of course. It's, as you say, it's a human nature, you know. You know, when you come to musicians, bands, obviously they do it for themselves. But it's great when they sell 10 million copies.
Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm all...
No matter what aspect, you know, you're a ratio of likes or anything, you know, it's always good to have someone say, that's a great shot.
Some feedback.
That's really nice bio. You know, it's nice. You know, especially, as I said, you know, I wasn't particularly good at anything particular with art. You know, I've got lots of friends that are very artistic. I've got a lot of friends that are very good musicians, you know, and they'll do gigs, and they're great, you know. You've got a whole crowd in front of you clapping, yeah. They wouldn't do that once a week to an empty room,
of course.
Necessarily, you know. There's always just that buzz, and as you say, you know, it's a human nature to enjoy that love that you get, you know. And yeah, I think that's a big aspect of continuing and changing what you do with your photography. You try and, I guess you sort of, you try and impress yourself, you try and extend your skills.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing you just said there. It's impressing yourself first. I think sometimes I know I've done it where I'm trying to either recreate what other people are doing, and it's not me. Like I'm not working from my level, my headspace. I'm looking at like, oh, look what Budfutu did. I'm going to try to be Budfutu. No, it doesn't work that way. You gotta kind of do you, and you know, work within your own skill set. And as Jay has said, over time, practice, trying different things, putting it out there, maybe getting some of the feedback, good or bad, can lead to your own skills increasing. Jay, would you say, do you prefer shooting indoors or outdoors, or it doesn't matter?
I think because most of my stuff's dioramas, I guess indoors. I tried to take my dioramas outside, I think just purely for the natural light, the natural sunlight.
Well, I have another one of my favorite recreations of yours, and this one is just insanely detailed. This is the Sarlacc pit. It's the exact moment where, you know, Jabba's like, move him into position. You got that top-down perspective looking over, not quite Jedi Luke's head yet, but I mean, Jay's got a fully realized Sarlacc pit. He's got all the teeth, the mouth is open, the damn plank, the diving board is cut just like it was in the movie. Is this one outside? I mean, that looks like some nice, sharp, white, natural light, or is this, again, just you being...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that one was, I felt I needed the natural sunlight for this shot.
Yeah, because it matches the movie tone perfectly in terms of the lighting.
Yeah. And it's funny with that, because I was, when I set it up in my backyard, obviously I had to get the shadow the same of, you know, Luke's shadow on the board. But obviously when I was trying to set it up, the sun was moving. So then I had to move the
you're racing the sun.
Face the shadow. Yeah. And it's actually different to what it is in the movies.
No.
Slightly. But yeah, but what are you gonna do? I mean, fucking hell.
Well, it's just like this shot to me. It's like it's such a well done recreation. I'm waiting for Luke to jump, spin around, grab the board, and flip back over and catch his lightsaber. It's just phenomenal what you do with the dioramas, but then complementing it with the photography. The other shot I have pulled up from you that you sent over, it's the Mos Eisley spaceport, dated October 23rd, 2020. And this thing is just unbelievably deep. It looks like you were on the set. It looks like either, you time traveled and you were hanging out in Tunisia, or Jon Favreau invited you to the volume to snap their version of Mos Eisley. But it's just with your diorama buildings, and then I don't know if you were cloning all these Jawas or if you have that many practical Jawa figures and the stormtroopers, but it looks like a scene from the set of a Star Wars production.
Yeah, this is I was really quite proud of this. This was when I first started photography, and Mos Eisley and Tatooine is my favourite planet, and I just love the Mos Eisley spaceport. So I never really had the time or space to make that many dioramas. These are actually just clients' dios that I built for them, and then before I shipped them out, I set them up. I think there's probably 8, 9
I'm
pieces.
actually, Jay, you had a video on it, so I'm letting that roll on the stream, but Jesus, yeah, I mean, you can see the full scope of the setup, and it is all practical. Like, those are all actual Jawa figures that he has, placed many way out in the distance, some closer to the camera. Wow, look at that. How long did it take you to set this up and shoot and get a shot to post?
I think that was actually quite a long one, this one, because maybe it took me about an hour and a half to set up, or maybe probably about 2 hours to set up and get the camera right. And obviously you put your camera down, and then once your camera's down, then you move stuff around, get walls in, get figures in the right space. Don't cover details with figures standing in the way. But I remember, with photography, you have usually 2 batteries. So one battery I use to set up the shot, and then that runs out, and my second battery is then to
I love it.
Take the right. But I spent like 2 hours setting up this shot, or an hour and a half setting up the shot, looking on the live view of my camera. And then it ran out, and I was like, right, I think I'm ready to take a shot. And I went to change the battery, and I forgot to charge it.
No.
And it was about 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. And because I'd spent so much time doing it, and obviously I've got 3 children as well, and this was in their
playroom. They'll come knock that shit down as soon as they get up.
Yeah, so I had to put the battery on charge, and sit there and wait for about another hour and a half, 2 hours. And then it was like 3 o'clock in the morning by then. And then obviously probably another hour trying to get the shot with the smoke machine and the right light and everything. So all in all, it was probably about a 4 or 5 hours.
See, people, if you want production set quality toy shots, you got to be able to put the time in. And this is everything in this shot is practical, right, Jay? There's no, I mean, you might have done some color grading and whatnot, but everything. Yeah,
obviously, I mean, I don't own Photoshop.
Yes, another anti-Photoshopper, yay.
Yeah, and this goes back to the old school Star Wars, I like, if I can't do something in camera, I won't do it. So as you've probably noticed, and perhaps it makes my gallery a little boring, but there's no explosions, there's no lightsabers, there's no blasters, bolts, as much as I'd love to perhaps at some point incorporate those into my shots just to freshen things up. I like to do things practical, I might add some bright eyes to the Jawas perhaps, or, you know, a little lights on R2 maybe, or any droid. But apart from that, yeah, I'll try to do everything. And if I can't do a shot without Photoshop, then I just don't do it.
That's kind of my philosophy, and that's not because it's just because I suck at Photoshop, and I also suck at being imaginative. So I like keeping things simple and practical. Unlike at Budfutu, his setups are far from simple, as we just heard, a 4-hour setup, but it pays off. I think that's the point I'm getting to. To reach some of these, the quality level that at Budfutu gives you on Instagram, it's a labor of love, right? I mean, this isn't, you know, some of us can't have that time to set it up. Some can, but look what can happen with a little thinking, imagination, and time.
Yeah, and you know, it goes with my photography goes the same with my diode building. You know, I think about it and try and produce it and try and make it. And with my shots, you know, I spend time trying to do that in camera. And if it takes a few hours to do or whatever, then so be it. Right. You know, I just like referring back to George Lucas in the 70s. You know, he invented everything he done to make that movie. And I like to try and do a similar thing, you know. I try and invent or build everything for that shot.
I mean, I wish I had that skill set to do so, because I do appreciate the practicality of your work. It does make it feel that much more in universe, if you will. And it does. I mean, I can 100% see your mantra of trying to make it like George did back in the late 70s and early 80s. Use what you got, invent stuff that you don't, get creative where you need be, and here we go. You can have some of these excellent looking dios and photography shots. I've kept you so long here, Jay. I know it's late out your way, so I'll kind of move towards wrapping things up here, but I do appreciate you and giving us this time. I know it.
Yeah, no, I'm all good, mate. Yeah, just let me know when you want to finish. I'm good for another hour or so.
For you, I know it's like Wednesday morning, and we got
it's 2 a.m. at the moment, but
I guess
it's all good. I've got to work
just
tomorrow,
some other things before I let you go. Could you maybe talk about some tips to kind of give people? I guess we'll start with dioramas first, and then we'll get into the photography, but just some easy kind of low-hanging fruit type of tips for people that may want to get into or expand upon their Star Wars diorama building.
Well, I guess most important is what kind of shot you want to do, what scene. You know, obviously I've avoided Death Star scenes because that takes a lot of work to build. You know, Mos Eisley is relatively easy. They're rough edges, you know, it's textured. It's not like having making space walls, you know, where everything's just clean cut, 90-degree angles, perfect. That's a very hard diorama to build. And I guess that's why there's so many space walls out there that are 3D printed and stuff. I've actually avoided 3D buying space walls because I'd like to create Death Star walls myself, but you know, that takes a lot of time. But I guess just do what you can, you know, just find a scene that you want to create and just try and build it, you know. If you have to research and get help and watch videos on how to do stuff, there's plenty of them out there. Just do it. Reach out to people, ask for help. Some people can be a little bit sheltered with their tips. Some can't. Just reach out. You know, I'm like that myself sometimes. You know, I've had people that make dioramas that sell them, the same ones as me, and then sort of ask me how to do it, and I'm like, well,
piss off, figure it out.
You know, it's hard. I don't want to sound like an asshole. but it's just I've spent a lot of time
mastering your techniques,
developing skills. Yeah, I didn't ask anyone for help. I didn't look on a YouTube video. I've done it all myself. When it comes to measurements, because I'm an admin for the 112 custom diorama galaxy on Facebook, and it's a helping Facebook group, but some people just don't want to try. They just want everything given to them, dimensions.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Which is fine, which is great. I understand that, but I just think to develop your skills and make an understanding of what you're doing, you need to just do it yourself. As I said before, make mistakes. That doesn't look right. Try again. Measure. Research.
Don't be afraid to fail, is what he's saying. And you probably will fail when you start out. It is what it is, but you'll learn and get better.
Yeah, and every minute of you researching and looking, you're developing. You're finding your own way. You're finding your own pizzazz, I guess. Just get into it, and if you fail, just ask someone for tips. Just at least give it a go.
Yeah. Don't be hesitant. I think what he's saying is do or do not. There is no try, motherfuckers. Right? Did I summarize that correctly?
Yeah, just give it a go. At the end of the day, as I said, I've developed this myself, and it's taken a long time. But there's Google. Get photos.
Right.
Measure it up. As I said, an easy way of getting it. Get it on a big screen. Get a 15-centimeter ruler. Make that figure that big on the screen. Everything else, measure, and that's the ratio of what you need.
That was a great tip right there. I mean, I could visualize what you were doing.
And then, if you haven't got screen size for 15 centimeters, half it, 7.5 centimeters for a figure. Measure it, and then double it when you create it. It's
that was good stuff.
It's simple math. I'm not an intelligent guy. I'm not. I didn't go to university. Didn't do engineering or anything.
E = MC squared.
Yeah, Christ, just give it a go, man. Give it a go.
Excellent. And then anything on the photography side of the house? Any tips you want to leave them with there?
Well, that's a bit more difficult. I mean, with my maybe perhaps like scene recreations, I'm just copying an image. I'm copying what someone else has lit up. I'm copying someone's placements. Although that, it's not easy to replicate something. Again, you just trial and error. Snap a shot. That doesn't look right. Alter this, I can't really give any.
I think when you were breaking down that Jawa Mos Eisley scene, I think you gave some good tips in terms of the setup. I know one that I have fallen into over the years, just doing this, when I can. But setting up your camera first, and then placing out your scene. And always going back and checking your viewfinder with every little move you make in your scene. And the same can be said when you do your lighting, right? Anytime you drop a new source of light in, you're going to want to go look and see how much that changed the scene that you have crafted in the viewfinder. I think that was some good stuff you were talking about. And just having the patience to set that up. I mean, 2 hours to line all that up to make it look right in your mind, in the camera's eye.
Yeah, that's it. That Mos Eisley shot, as I said, I basically just sat here in this room, had a rough idea of what I was trying to get. I wanted to get a long shot of a street. I set the diodes up, put my camera down, had my live viewfinder out, rather than going down and looking,
getting to the eyepiece.
Live viewfinder, eats your battery up, but that's why you buy multiple batteries. And just sit it there, right? And maybe the camera's not even the right height or focus or anything, but just getting your set up, look at it. You know, as I said, I might have a jar or a figure that's covering up a market piece, or it's covering up a doorway. Then look, move it, get those right, you know. And I generally set up the diorama walls, then the figures, then put the accessories down, and even small, tiny accessories, always make sure they're in shot, you know. And then I lay the sand down, and then I configure my camera, you know. I might move my camera to the left a bit, the right. I might change the lens, and just work it. You know, it doesn't come quick. Some people it does. Some people are naturally talented. You know, they just know. You know, and that's why you get photographers working on movies. They know exactly what they're doing. Bang, that's it. But when you're just amateur photographer, you have to play around. You know, you have to just play around and do stuff and try and make it work.
It's very rarely are you just going to slap down a figure, a background, and your camera and be like, "Yep, nailed it," and take a shot. So just account for that. Have the patience.
And even sometimes, if I've got if I can leave a set up, I sometimes even take the photo and I think I'm happy with it, but I'll walk away for a few hours, or even if it's late night, wake up in the morning, look back at the shot. Yeah, that doesn't look right.
Do it again.
Change it, you know.
Again.
Walk away. I do that even when I've done, you know, if I'm, I don't know, painting, drawing, or doing anything. You know, sometimes you just need to walk away for a few hours, and then, you know, come fresh eyes. You know, open your eyes, look at it. That's right, or nah. And then, you know, and I know what it's like with, especially with Instagram, you know, or, you know, you just want to get that post out. You know, you've taken a shot, you just want to get it out there, and it's great. But, you know, rushing doesn't do you any favors, you know. Take your time, you know. If you want to get it out there, you haven't posted for 5 days, so be it. Wait another day, you know. Just take your time, you know. That's what you need to do, and make it perfect, you know. Don't just rush it out. And I've done that before, you know, rushed a shot out, and then I've looked at it, and I'm like, man, I wish I hadn't posted that, you know. Or, you know, even just, you know, I use Photoshop Express to change my photos, you know, the image a little bit. And, sometimes, you know, I'll look at it and I think, you know, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll wait till tomorrow. And I'll see it tomorrow. Colours too bright, or the darks or the whites have been too much, and adjust it again. So
I think that's that is a great piece of advice. I know it's something that I could probably benefit from, because a lot of times I am editing later at night, maybe half-assing it, and like, yep, looks good enough. And then when you do post it on on Instagram, you're like, shit, it's too dark. I thought it was brighter than it was. And so I've found this in other aspects of life. Maybe it's a video game boss you can't beat, but you walk away next day, you take them out in the first turn, or it's a computer programming issue you can't solve, a bug you can't troubleshoot. You walk away, you come back, and all of a sudden you're able to get over that challenge. So I actually think that is a fantastic tip for this hobby. And just, you know, sometimes we oversaturate ourselves with looking at our work or obsessing about a certain shot to the point where we may be over editing it or under editing it. So stepping away and then coming back, kind of like a palette cleanse, can really help you put those finishing touches on.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. A palette cleanse, you know, as I said, I'm the same as you, you know, I'll shoot at night, you know, when the kids are abed, and I spent 2 hours setting up, and it's sort of 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I do it, you know. I'm like, I just want to post it. I just want to get it out there, you know. I want to see if people like it. I want to get those, you know. I'll admit, you know, I'd love to get those likes, you know, if it's a great shot. But, you know, just sit on it, man. Just go to bed, wake up in the morning, fresh eyes, then post it. You know, you're not missing out on anything. You're not going to win an award over it.
You know, and none of us can please the IG algorithm anyways. So just when you're ready, get them out there. Trust me, if it's good, people will like it.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's right. If it's a good shot, it's a good shot. If it's shit, it's shit. You know, rushing it out there. And
the only thing I will warn anyone against, especially if you're predominantly a Star Wars toy photographer or you mostly share Star Wars stuff, if you do share another line of figure, just be willing to accept the fact that it's probably not going to get as much love as your Star Wars work. Because first and foremost, people are following you probably for your Star Wars work. So don't get upset if you throw up a G.I. Joe and it doesn't quite get the traction as your Star Wars shots. I just had this weekend. I threw up a Cloud from Final Fantasy and it was like wah wah. I mean, it just went fucking nowhere, but that's okay. I liked the shot. I knew it was going to go nowhere because my base is mostly Star Wars. So
yeah, but that's it. You know, I mean, when I was in Bali. When we first started our travels, I took my first non-Star Wars photo of one of my son's dinosaurs in the bush. And I thought I was really happy with it. It was great, you know. I had the sunlight coming through, I had the smoke through. It was awesome. I thought it was awesome. But I didn't post it on my Star Wars page because, you know, in my bio, it's 6-inch Star Wars figures, original trilogy, you know. And you shouldn't care, you shouldn't. You should just post whatever the hell you want, man. But then it stems back to that, you know, I don't want to lose any followers to posting one photo of dinosaur. You know, I admit, you know, I don't, you know, it's annoying when you lose followers, you know, it's, and you don't want to change that. But, you know, I don't want to start another account because I've only taken one photo of dinosaur. It's like,
it ain't worth it just for that one shot.
Start again and get that, oh, no one's liking my stuff, no one's following me, and all that bullshit, you know.
Well, this hobby can definitely do that to the best of us. So,
oh yeah,
it'll fuck with your head if you don't have your head screwed on straight. This toy photography thing can really make you feel like a loser or maybe a bigger all-star than you truly are. So it goes both ways.
That's right. You know, they say about all these models that, you know, take photos of themselves on. I found out that they have these rooms that look like planes, private planes and shit like that. And they're so, you know, I've got to have likes. I put all this makeup on and shit, and I need likes. And it's the same with toy photography, man. You know, whether you admit it or not, a small portion of it is that buzz of people
100%, 100%.
Popular, man. Everyone likes to be popular. You're fucking lying if you say it's not.
Thank you.
It's not why you do what you do, but there is that small portion, I think, that everyone likes to be loved, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we could all take these shots and keep them to ourselves. We choose to put them on a public platform for a reason, right?
Yeah, that's right, man, you know. If I just didn't want it, I'd just get my mum to take a photo of it and put it on the fridge,
I was going to say, it is like what Instagram technically has become is our parents' fridge. Like, look what I made today. Get a magnet and stick it up and let other people look at it. That's exactly what it is.
Well done, son. That's great. I'm going to write A+ on there.
Good job. Good job, Jay. All right, man. Again, thank you for the time. It was awesome talking to you, learning a bit more about what makes you tick. One of these days, I'll figure out if we actually are related Haywoods. You never know. Like I said, I think the H-E-Y is a very distinct spelling of the Haywood last name. But I appreciate your time.
Thanks very much for having us and taking the time to change your schedule, man. I appreciate it.
Not a problem at all. So everyone, make sure to check out Jay Haywood on Instagram at Budfutu, which you can see on the live stream, as well as I'll pop up his diorama page, which is at blue_harvest_studios. At this point in time, Jay, are you open for commissions or are you closed currently on Blue Harvest?
No, as I said, this is my bread and butter at the moment.
So if you want to check out his work and you see any backgrounds or dios that really stand out, hit him up.
Or something that I haven't made yet, you know, just send me a message if I think I can make it or go out or do something, then contact me by all means.
Excellent. So hit him up. You want those solicitations through Blue Harvest Studios, correct?
Yeah, just to keep. Yeah, it's just neat and tidy.
So any Dio commissions or existing products that Jay has, make sure to get in touch with him at Blue Harvest Studios on IG. His toy photography, where you can see how these dioramas can enhance a shot if you spend the time, up to 4 hours, like you said. You can find all that at Budfutu. All right, my man, it's been real. I appreciate you. Right. Get some sleep down there, and hopefully you get back to your home island at some point in time.
Yeah, big love, man. Thanks very much for having me.
All right, how was that, my friends? Let's go ahead. I'm going to switch over to the solo. Get the solo chat. We got to try to get Nicky Boy to call in to continue the show. That's right. We are not done yet. We are not done yet. I need him to show up just so I can take a leak. How was that, everybody? Did we like that? Was that fun? I had fun talking to Jay. Like I said, I believe we're related somehow because we both have the exalted last name of Heywood, a.k.a. Haywood Jablomi. All right, let me reach out to Nick, see if I can get him to call in. Then we'll get on with the topics. More importantly, I'll probably get on with my first urination. Let's go, Nick. Or Nick. I just typed "let's go muck." Do you think he'll know what that means? All right, so I guess I'll just kind of vamp why I'm hoping he can call in and get ready to go. Let's get our topics up for the day, because we have a few things to talk about in the land of Star Wars, as SW Props has alluded to here. Let's go. So excited for this episode. I don't know. I'm assuming people are waiting for me to pop off on our first topic here, the whole Carano deal. But who knows? I don't know where I'm going to go with this topic. We've had a few days to kind of stew on it. We've seen a lot of the vomit that's popped up on that's popped up on the interwebs. I just closed Nick out here. Here, I'll just call him. Sorry, Nick. Try again, buddy. I have my notifications turned off, which makes sense why I didn't see him. But like I said, this topic's been beat to death. Hey, there he is, Nick. We got you. Let me unmute you. All right. Well, Nick, you just called in right after I got done with at Budfutu, so we're moving into the topics of the day, and we're starting off with the one I think everyone kind of wanted to hear our thoughts on for some reason, and I was just kind of parlaying to them, like, it's been so long in internet time, this Gina Carano story, that a lot of my the fire in my belly has been tempered a bit. I myself understand what it means when it comes to what I say and responsibility for what I say, and then the accountability for what I say. So there are times even on this show where I question, did I go too far? Have I said too much?
Lots of conversation about it. I chimed in once or twice, and that was about it for me. And my whole thoughts of it stem around one thought, and it's basically like, if I would have said this in my place of work when I had a place of work that wasn't my own house, would I get fired? If the answer is yes, I don't feel bad for you. That's basically my thoughts on it. And in this case, more than likely, I would have either been fired or had a stern talking to. And if you've read any of the news outlets, or if you've read any of the reporting around it, you would have already known that the brass at Disney and Lucasfilm had already talked to her multiple times. And, this isn't the first time that she's been in the media about her social media activity, and whether it be anti-maskers, whether it be, her pushing the bullshit story about the election fraud and hacking and all that crap, or or the transgender topic and stuff like that. I mean, this isn't like her first strike.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because the false outrage community, and that's what this is. Let's be real. A lot of people that are posting on their social accounts about how angry they are about this and how they're canceling their Disney Plus to get back at the evil corporate Hollywood machine that is censoring all these beautiful conservatives.
Millionaires.
It's like, you people don't give a shit. You don't really care. This is you pounding on your chest, on your keyboards, trying to draw attention to yourself first and foremost. All right. So the whole false outrage around Gina's firing, around this cancel culture misnomer in general, it's silly. All right. People like Ben Shapiro that hired her, he knows exactly what he is doing by jumping on this false outrage. It generated some buzz and clicks for his site. He doesn't give a rat's ass that Gina Carano, who probably already has millions of dollars in the bank, got fired from a job.
Yeah, he's capitalizing off of the news stories. He's capitalizing, like he recognized quickly that, oh, this is a story that my base is going to get fired up about, so I'm just going to amplify it.
And that's why she sticks to it. She likes living in this woe is me life, and Darth Gills, see you later, have at it, unfollow all you want. Like, what is there not to get? She's not censored. She still has her platforms. Disney is a company, Lucasfilm is a company, and if you don't toe the line, whether you like it or not, as an employee, you're gone. They don't owe her anything. Yeah. It's not a right to work company. Okay, they don't owe her a right to have a job based on whatever she puts out there on her social media. It's just, we need to get back to where people understand the accountability for one's actions.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to live in a world where you have freedom of speech and then also protection from accountability from your words, then that's fine. You know, that would be a very interesting world to live in, because you could just say whatever you want and have no consequences for it. But that's just Disney's a privately owned company that's publicly traded, and guess what? Like, if you don't toe the line, or if you get reprimanded and then don't change your actions, then you have the ability to get fired, just like the guy who's working at 7-Eleven.
Right.
Or the guy who's pumping gas for somebody in New Jersey, or if you're working in any regular fucking workplace, like if you are a disciplinary issue, you get fired, and that's how it is.
Yeah.
And look, like I said, if this was the first time that Gina had said something controversial or done something controversial while she was on The Mandalorian, then you could question, like, well, did they pull the trigger too quickly? But this isn't even the first time on this podcast that we've talked about her coming up in the media for saying controversial things on social media and stuff like that. So, I mean, you just have to be aware that just because she's a movie actress doesn't mean that she's bulletproof and that she can say whatever she wants.
Right.
And she can get away with it.
Hey, Nick, are you recording? I hate to cut you off, but I just started mine.
Click the record now. All right, yeah, click the record now. So we'll pull in the clean audio kind of.
Yeah, but what Nick was. Yeah, I mean, another thing here is a lot of people get confused on freedom of speech. All freedom of speech means is you can't get persecuted by the government for what you're saying. It doesn't mean freedom of consequence. It doesn't mean you can say whatever you want while you're working for a company and expect no repercussions. And it's not censoring. If you want true censoring and a true lack of freedom of speech, go live in a country like Russia. All right, over there, that's real cancel culture. Over there, that Alexei guy that talks out against Putin, they tried to poison him once, and for some reason he wanted to go back to keep fighting the fight, and now they've just locked him up in jail. That's cancel culture. That is the government literally censoring and imprisoning somebody for speaking against the, that is deplatforming
administration. And look, Gina's the one who chose, like, she deleted her tweets and stuff. Like, nobody forced her to delete her tweets. Her Twitter account's not suspended. All of her social media accounts have not been touched because, that nothing that she did was against their TOS. This was a decision made by Disney based off of her past activity and her current, the current stuff that she put out, comments that she put out, and they were just like, you know what, we talked to you about this before. If you don't want to listen to us, or if you want to continue to say what you want to say, then that's fine. You can do that, but we just don't want you to be on our program anymore. Right. So you can go find work elsewhere. Yeah, and she did. Because you got
a lot of the, and this is what that side does, like the whataboutisms, right? Well, what about Pedro 2 years ago compared when America was locking kids in cages to what it looked like during the Holocaust with Jewish people? It's like, okay, might not have been the best optics, but he was probably talked to, and guess what? He stopped doing it.
Yeah. Did you see anything else from his Twitter account recently? Like, go look on Pedro's Twitter account. You don't see too much. Like, oftentimes on Twitter, all Pedro does is like retweet stuff from The Mandalorian.
Yeah, I really feel like this was her third strike and you're out. I mean, there was.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, you can't pretend like we haven't talked about something around her controversy before this. Like, and that's what I was saying. Like, 3 strikes and you're out, and that's it. She had her transgender rant and stuff like that that she probably got talked to about, that people were up in arms about. She had her anti-masker stuff that people were up in arms about. She had her stop the steal election hack fraud stuff that she was probably talked to about. So it's not like this is the first thing that's come up with her. And look, to me, I don't really care. But then again, to me, I don't care if Pedro Pascal got fired from the show. I am not a person who gives a rat's ass about actors or actresses.
Thank you.
And the stupid things that they say or do. And, if you really care that much about Gina Carano, the millionaire fighter who has acted in multiple movies and TV shows before this, then good on you. Give me a second. My cat's trying to rip down my...
Yeah, I mean, he's right. It like I said, it goes back to the false outrage crowd. It's something to do. Yeah. It's that week's thing to get up in arms about and accuse Hollywood of being this big cabal of liberals that hate conservatives. And that's the other thing I want to delineate here. What she was putting out, if those are conservative values, which I do think they're becoming conservative values, then so be it. But that is not true conservatism. Being a bigot, an anti-vaxxer, and a conspiracy theorist didn't used to be the core values of the GOP. That's the other thing, that they fall in that sort of like, oh, they just hate me because I like Trump or the GOP. It's like, well, just look what you're posting. That doesn't seem very conservative minded to us.
Go ask, Republicans 5 or 6 years ago if the things that you're posting are okay, or the values that you're espousing are okay.
Well, look at most Republicans that now suck. Look what they are saying about their leader back before he became their leader. Lindsey Graham has some of the best sound bites about how vile he thought Trump was, yet he was willing to, drink the jizz of the man by the end of it all. So,
yeah. And look, I don't want, if this was a situation where she's getting arrested or if she's getting, persecuted by the government over this, then there's a big
fucked
problem
up, there. But that's not what's happening.
There's a big problem there, and that is a violation of First Amendment rights. But that's not happening. Like, Disney is an at-will employer, just like most other places. Like, every place that I've worked was an at-will employment opportunity, and they were like, look, if we want to fire you, we can fire you. If we have due reason to fire you, we can, and that due reason could be whatever they make up to be. And if that's, if you want to go out and say like you're crusading against at will employers, then go ahead, but don't say that you're crusading against First Amendment issues, because this is not a First Amendment issue.
I mean, that's really, if we would have fired this shit up, was it last Wednesday or whatever, when I think Nick posted the news and people were coming at us on IG and like, wah, wah, wah. Oh, we're disappointed in you, Star Wars Time Show. You're not a propaganda network like Fox News or OANN or Freedom America that just spins shit so we like it. It's like, first, we were just reporting it, so back the fuck up. And second, like, it's real life. It is what it is. People lose their jobs on a daily basis because of the dumb shit they do in their personal lives. It just so happens that these demigods that we make them because they've been in Star Wars or they've been on our little screens moving, for some reason it's a much bigger deal for these people who, guess what, have way better lives and situations than most of us that are getting all butthurt over it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you guys really cared about the at-will employment part of it, or that, people were getting fired for saying things that you don't think they should be fired for, then why don't you go look up, people getting fired anywhere else, or people who aren't, celebrities or stars getting fired for saying unsavory things on the internet or anywhere else. What's funny is most people laugh when they see an idiot getting recorded on a cell phone camera saying something dumb and then finding out they got fired. Right. Like, that's usually what happens. They're like, haha, look, it caught up to them, they got fired. But then when it's somebody that's famous, they're like, oh my God, cancel culture. This woman is being wrongly accused. And all
cancel. That buzzword needs to die. To me, the only cancel culture there is if you have an agenda against someone and then you dig up their past to try and get them canceled.
Yeah, like if you literally go like, and this has happened to a lot of
James
people
Gunn,
before.
the right, like these nut job far righters did the exact same thing to James Gunn and got him fired. Yeah.
By Disney again. Yes. And look, if you want to say like, oh, Disney has a bias against conservatives, go follow James Gunn. He is not a conservative. Like, he is about as liberal as
he stopped doing that because he learned his lessons. But what he was doing, he was putting out very anti-Trump stuff.
Yeah, but that's what. Yeah,
and this guy, like, he's one of the big like far righters. But he is the one that started putting that stuff out there, like, oh, James Gunn used to go to weird parties and this and that, and here you go, he got fired.
Yeah, then Disney fired him. So it's not a one-way street either. Disney has fired hardcore liberals, and now I don't know what Gina considers herself, conservative, Republican, or whatever. They fired her too. So it's not like you get fired just for your being conservative or espousing conservative values. If that's what you're doing, you get fired if you're dumb on social media, right. And it goes both ways.
It's common sense. Just figure it out. Get yourself educated on what the First Amendment is and what freedom of speech means. Yeah. Try to figure out what a world where you could just say whatever you want about people with no repercussions would be like. I mean, my buddy Howard Stern did a great analogy. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I mean, he's got to explain this stuff to people too. Not that we're even remotely in his shoes, but he was right. Where this caller called in and was like, blah, 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 blah. You used to bitch about being censored. And Howard's like, we're not talking about the same things. He's like, what if I was allowed to, on my airwaves every day, to essentially say, Joe Schmo from Kentucky does this, that, and the other thing to little kids? And I said it every day on my platform to the point where I ruined your life. And you know it's not true, but I can keep saying it because there's no responsibility and I have no accountability for what I'm saying about you. Would you like that? And the guy's like, he still couldn't come around to that point. But think about that. Think about it, even on our little shitty show. If we picked out one of you and we had your real name and your address and we just said all this bullshit about you and there was no accountability for the bullshit, how would you feel?
Yeah.
I mean true free speech is a terrifying thing. It's like this little experiment that certain people want to do, I believe, at least here in America, where they don't want democracy. They want no law. They don't want a big government presence, and they want free as fuck speech. That's, I guess, how I'll classify it. What would that life be like, where there is no one to help you, no big government to bail you out? Look where Nick's at right now. He's in a state where I believe 2 weeks ago threatened to secede from the union over some dumb shit. This week, they're begging for federal aid because it snowed 3 inches.
Like literally there are people a mile away from my house who haven't had power for 48 hours. And it's 10 degrees inside of their house. Like we just lost hot water in our house, and luckily we were able to get it back. Like, you know, there are laws and there are things in place for a reason.
People,
and like,
government isn't all that bad.
You know,
I mean, how do you like those highways and those interstates? I mean, come on. Yeah. So, anyways,
and it's like, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, and just to like close this, I'm not saying that I hate Gina Carano. I think she says very stupid things on social media. I don't know how she is as a person. I've never met her as a person. I can't judge her for that or on that at all. And as an actress, I mean, like she was perfectly serviceable as Cara Dune. I will say that, you know, out of the 3 main characters, like she was probably the weakest actress, but that's to be expected because she's not an actress by trade. And you know, we'll see what Disney does. I mean,
if you want the lowdown on her as an actress, and this isn't my own opinion, this is coming from people I know in the industry, stunt people.
Yeah.
First line was like, I can't believe they didn't fire her for her acting first. And then I was like, well, is she even good at the stunt stuff? Because I think that's why initially she was brought in. And he's like, no, not really even that good. And I'll tell you, as a fan, first season, I thought Gina did a pretty decent job. I mean, episode 4, the introduction to the character went off pretty well. And really, she wasn't that pretty, you know, didn't do anything that was memorable from the first season, but also didn't provide any awkwardness. Season 2, I feel like she regressed in her acting.
I mean, I like, she definitely wasn't in it as much, and I don't know if that was an intentional choice because neither her nor Carl were in season 2 as much as season 1. I don't know if that was just the storyline playing out and those 2 characters weren't as involved in the story that was being written, or if it was done in a particular manner. I mean, the way that I always look at actors and actresses' performances and anything is like, can you remember a memorable line from them? And for Pedro, obviously you can. For Carl, you can. Do the magic hand thing. Right. I mean, even for like Nick Nolte's character of Kuil, you know, I have spoken. You know, even like with Bill Burr in season 2, everybody remembers that conversational piece that he had with Valen Hess and all of the stuff that went down on the base. And for Gina, like, she didn't really that character doesn't really have many memorable lines, at least off the top of my head. I mean, I'm not going through and I'm digging to see what she said, but she didn't have that many memorable things. I think she was brought in as like the physical presence.
I mean, in the end, I don't think it's that big of a loss. I'll just put it out there. I don't think this has derailed The Mandalorian in any significant way. If you want to believe the rumors, she was either going to get her own show and be the lead, but that got scrapped because of the wonkiness last year, or we all think she probably was going to be in Rangers, but I think they can pivot from that as well. Because let's be real. I'm pretty sure they had a backup plan for this actress for at least a year, because she started getting weird about this time last year when all the lockdown stuff started to kick in.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe some of the reporting from the bigger outlets, they said that, you know, they were looking for a reason to fire her for up to 2 to 3 months. So this isn't like, you know, it's not like this happened and then they were like, oh, we have to fire you because of this. Like, they've been looking to get rid of her for one reason or another for a while now. So I mean, and just to close it out, if you're one of those people who's like, oh, I'm going to unfollow, like Matt said, whoever that guy's name is in the beginning, like, I don't care who listens to this show. I don't care how many fans we have. I don't care what your feelings are. Like, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to do a show with my good buddy Matt week over week, and if you guys listen, that's fine. And if you guys don't, I don't care. So
I mean, I echo his statement, although I need the followers and whatnot. But if you are a shithead and you unfollow, that's fine. I won't miss any shitheads. That's on
you. If you don't want to listen to us anymore because of this very measured take about Gina Carano, right, That's totally fine.
And notice there is no
for it.
yelling and name calling where you probably have gotten from other podcasts that may have been on the other side of the fence here. But it's just, it's been so long, and it's such a who gives a fuck burger in the end. That the passion for me to kind of call out idiots on our Instagram, it's gone. I don't care. It's like this story. I even feel like we're giving it more life than it even needs this many days after it was announced. I think it'll be completely dead by the end of this week, and everyone will forget why they were so outraged about Gina Carano getting let go.
That's the internet. That's the internet time span.
Exactly.
Like the memory span is about 7 days. So
this will be gone.
Right now we're on day 5.
Trust me, by the time Mando S3 rolls around in 2022, no one's going to even remember.
Quick question before we move on. If they choose to recast the character, who do you think would be a good choice?
Someone, and there were fans kicking around even on our Discord. Join if you want. Use the bio link on our Instagram account at Star Wars Time Show. But there was one, and I forget her fucking name, so this is going to do zero service to the podcast and the stream right now. But
I think it was Laura.
It's something like that. But she's got the look. She's not quite as beefy as Gina was, but she's got the look, and I'm assuming she also has the chops to act and maybe deliver lines a little more fluidly than Gina. I know you threw out Lucy Lawless.
Lucy Lawless. Yeah. Xena. She used to play Xena in Xena Warrior Princess, and like. If you look, like Lucy Lawless has aged really well. So she is significantly older than Gina Carano, but Lucy Lawless like looks younger, much younger than she is. And I mean, if you want to talk about one, acting chops, I mean, she's been an actress in Hollywood for many years, and 2, physical presence. I mean, you got both of them right there with Lucy Lawless. I mean, there is an issue with age. But that's a
now.
Big,
do you even feel that a recast needs to happen, or can we just let this character die in the credits and get explained away in a sentence?
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like she's not a necessary piece, honestly. Like you could see towards the end of season 2 that giving her the badge and all this other stuff that they were probably angling to take the character somewhere, but you can also use it as a way to remove her from the fray entirely. Like she's now a part of the New Republic,
right.
And
yeah,
she's not in the galaxy, or bumming around Navarro anymore. I think it's probably easier to write her off, but it also depends. It's really up to John and Dave. It's like, they'll probably ask him, like, do you want the character? If you still want the character, we can replace the actress. And that's really what it comes down to.
Do you think there was any? I guess let's kind of dive into the behind the scenes. Do you think there was discussions with the creators, or was this Lucasfilm just going, we got to fucking pull ripcord and get out of this?
Oh no, there was definitely conversations with John. I mean, there were probably conversations with John and Dave, like when the first controversy popped up.
Hey guys, you may want to start. Maybe creating some side notes here for potential character death or just a new character.
Yeah, just be aware. I mean, I seriously doubt that this decision was made without at least discussing it with John and Dave beforehand.
Yeah, because in the end, they're still a company. They're a company that believes in money and making money, and they were not going to just, I don't believe, hastily kind of clear the map or get rid of some player pieces for these creators.
Yeah, and look, if I think that John and Dave probably understand what the reasoning behind it as well. Like you've heard very little from them after this went down, and I don't
think you ever will. I mean, I'm sure people will ask them, but it's just going to be, no, not taking that question, nor should they. I mean, they're fucking artists. They're not the bosses. They don't, they may say we want this person, but they're not the ones officially hiring them and giving them their Lucasfilm contract. I'm for one, let's not recast, and it's not like, fuck Cara Dune. I can kind of disassociate the character from the actress. That's not hard for me. I just, who cares? Like, just let her go, give her a hero's death or something. Like I said, explain it away to Mando if he asks about her or anybody, and move on. And as Devin's saying in the chat, maybe bring in Lucy for a brand new character or create a new strong female lead. I think that's where I would prefer them to go versus trying to recast an existing character. Because it just never really works. For me, in my head, I always will see Gina's face as this Cara Dune character.
Yeah. Like, even for Taylor and I, when we watch shows and a recast happens, like, I don't know if anybody watches Riverdale, but Riverdale recast the character of Reggie after the first or second season. And ever since then, we've just been calling Reggie New Reg, and he's been in the show longer than the old Reggie was.
But it doesn't feel right. He never will feel like the original. Yeah.
And in terms of bringing in a new female character, female lead to be in the show, I mean, we have a story coming up about that pretty soon down the line here. And the character that we're going to talk about makes sense in terms of timeline, makes sense in terms of how they would fit into the universe. So I mean, it's a good
that
possibility.
Nick, maybe you can kind of refresh me here if it's EU or whatnot. But I've learned through some of my flipping and reading of the scrolls.
Yep.
That Leia might have had a sister on Alderaan, like a stepsister-ish sort of thing. Any of you EU hound dogs or comic book lovers, am I just pulling that out of my asshole or what?
I mean, I don't remember anything from what I read in the EU. I wasn't a big comic book person, though, so if that popped up in the comics, then I probably missed it.
And I could be hallucinating. Again, half the time I don't know if it's late at night, if I'm looking at actual real stuff, or if it's just imagery playing in my head.
Yeah. I don't know, because based off of what we heard, I mean, at least what we heard from Bale, in episode 3 when he takes the children, like he never mentioned any other kids. I don't know if you ever saw Leia.
Again, it's Star Wars. They could fucking make up, Jara Sloom and be like, all right, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Sweet.
So, but yeah, I mean, you're allowed to have your own opinions on this. This is our opinion on it. We're not going to persecute anybody or say, I poke fun at Greg because he was posting some stuff on social media about it and everything like that. But you're allowed to have your own opinion on it. But the fact of the matter is like what happened here is not some great injustice. Like in terms of the law itself.
It's like no laws were broken. No one's life was fucked over outside of what they brought upon themselves. We need to get back to that understanding, especially people in positions of power, which she had in this country, across the world. If you're a celebrity or a rich person, you have a lot more sway and power than us lowlifes that do Star Wars podcasts in their fucking basements. So you probably are going to be held under a larger microscope than a Matt or a Nick. That's just part of being famous. That's part of making those millions of dollars and having your face on billboards and in commercials and on movie screens. There is a downside to fame, and that's one of them. But
you're just held to a higher standard.
So get used to it. Hey, there we got Jesse's up in here. What is up, everything? All right.
What's up?
Nick, let's get away from this stinky poo-poo story. Like I said, it gave me a lot of heartburn last week thinking about it, and I've dedicated way too much energy to it all. But it usually goes back to everything with what has happened to society. It's just me trying to reason why other people are just dead wrong on a lot of these issues. And like Nick said, hey, we still like it. It's just an opinion. Our opinion on Gina as an actress, that's an opinion. What she did, that's black and white, right or wrong. Like there's no wiggle room with that. If you pop off and act like someone that can't represent the brand you work for, you're gonna get punished. Get used to it.
Like I've literally worked with people who've gotten fired because of things that they said in the workplace.
Right. I mean,
so it's not like new.
Read the
me.
fine print. It means something when you sign off on a TOS. They can come back and get you and counter claim all of your claims. Like, no, well, look there in Article 2, Section 1000, that Article 31245. See. You can't say dumb shit.
Every workplace you walk into and you work in has a personal conduct policy. I mean,
it ain't hard.
That's the fact of the matter.
It went from a group of people that were like, hey, fucking take care of yourself, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, have gone to, that's mean. Don't be mean. The man's holding us all. It's like, no, fucking be accountable for yourself. Whatever happened to that mantra with that political party, right? Fucking kick ass and take names. That's what a Republican used to mean. Like, fuck all you pussies. I'm going to do what I need to do to be a great American hero. G.I. Joe. All right. I got to take a straight piss, my friend, because I've got about an hour and a half on you. So let's. Yeah,
you're in a little bit longer.
Can you just introduce the Republic Commando port? Because I know we got some fans that are probably excited. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yep. So next piece of news up is video game related, and I'm starting to get a little unexcited by a lot of the video game news, but there is a Star Wars Republic Commando port coming to new consoles soon. So basically this tweet was leaked a couple 6 days ago, and if we look at the article here, you can see that the image itself that's associated shows the studio it's coming from, which is Aspire Media. Aspire Media is heavily invested in Star Wars remakes and ports now. We can see that they're doing the Knights of the Old Republic remake / remaster, whatever you want to call it. And now they're, it seems like they're confirmed as doing the Star Wars Republic Commando port. And for those of you who are unavailable with video game lingo, what port means, port is just literally taking the game as it existed before on whatever console it was on, and then making it usable on different sets of consoles. That's exactly what happened with the Jedi Knight games, which was also done by Aspire Media, where they essentially just took the games as they were, made them playable on Nintendo Switch. So this is likely what's going to be happening here for Republic Commando, taking it from playable on old consoles and PC to making it playable on Switch. So no new content, no up-resing, no full-on remaster / remake like we're getting with KOTOR. A simple port of the game. When I saw this, I told Matt, I was like, you know what, man? Like, I know that a lot of people are going to be hyped about it. Maybe Spencer. I know, Spencer Barron, our PR
Big Amish just went, can't fucking wait!
Yeah, there we go. The TikTok intern as well, Big Amish. I mean, I have this, this is another situation where it's like I have the game, I have it on PC.
This one's a bit different for me than KOTOR, because KOTOR I have played a lot. This one, I know for a fact I just played it once. This is at the tail end of my college career, so I was a mess of a human, still more concerned with going out and doing the little that type of stuff. I know I only played it once. I did enjoy it. But it's been so long, Nick. I don't even know if I remember all their names outside of like fucking Scorch, the one you just said.
Yeah.
So I kind of would like to relive this again, albeit if it is just a true port, that means they might upgrade the resolution a bit.
You would have to do some rejiggering to make it look right on proper.
I'm envisioning, and this is why I think it's going to ultimately be disappointing, but I think it's going to look like KOTOR if you loaded your regular Xbox disc into a 1X or a Series X and had it do its thing. It looks better than on the Xbox, but it still doesn't look like they retexturalize everything. They didn't bring in new assets. They just kind of upped the fidelity a bit. Yeah.
And man, it's cool that they're doing this because it brings these classic Star Wars games that did kind of bring in new characters, bring in new storylines, and introduce Star Wars to a new audience. Because at the time when this came out in 2003, I don't know when the
it's got to be, dude. It's got to be like 01, 02. I'm thinking.
Yeah. 05. Wow,
okay.
05. We're all
okay. See, the kids don't be like me in college.
05. So, I mean, there's been a lot of, visual updates in the last 16 years. And it also, 05 is when video gaming started becoming like a true global phenomenon. And Star Wars video games are sometimes how people were introduced to Star Wars in general. Like, a lot of people, played the Star Wars video game, and that's how they are introduced to it.
A lot of the prequel era fans I know are homers for Republic Commando, And I do remember when I went through it was a fun game because it was squad based. I believe you have to rotate through the clones to do certain things on missions. I think you control them all, but you only control one at a time. That's what I mean. It's been so long since I've played this. Even as a port for the Switch, I might grab it, even though it's not going to be this KOTOR remake that we've been talking about, where it does sound like they're going to up the visuals, give it a modern design aesthetic, make it look all shiny and nice. But it's just been so long since I've hung around with Scorch and the boys that I don't know. I get what you're saying. It's like what happened here. We learned about LucasArts or Lucasfilm Games, and now it just seems like all these remakes and ports are getting announced. Where's the good shit? Where's that Ubisoft game that we're going to be talking about next? But this one, just because of my lack of experience with it, only played it once. I would love to maybe go at it again. And I really do think on a Switch is a perfect platform for this type of port. Which also got the Jedi Outcasts, it got the Jedi Academies. And I'm telling you what, buddy, every time I see those go on sale, even though I know I played them and they're not modern visuals, I'm very tempted by the dark side to buy those for the Switch because it's portable, it's Star Wars, it's nostalgia.
Yeah, I loved Jedi Academy. Was one of my favorite Star Wars games ever. I loved playing, like I loved the story of being a Padawan, Jaden Core, the Padawan who joins the Jedi Academy, and you know the Darth Talon and all of the things that you're doing. You're learning along the way. You get to choose your lightsaber style. You know, you want to dual wield, single saber. Do you want a double blade? It was really cool. So yeah, I mean, but that's the thing for me is like, I'm a PC player. I'm looking at my Steam library right now. How many games do you think I have? I have 296 games on Steam, people.
Good luck.
Yeah. So it's an addiction.
How many times have you bought the Star Wars bundle over and over?
I think I bought it twice because I got it once, and then the second time they released, like the next year, it had different games in it. They do that. They do that, so you keep buying it, but there's always overlap, so you're really getting fucked in the end. Yeah. So, but I do. I mean, like if I go through it, I have like classic Battlefront 2 2005, Empire at War, the Gold Pack, Dark Forces. Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, Jedi Knight Jedi Outcast, that's Kyle Katarn, Jedi Academy, Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic 2 Sith Lords, Republic Commando.
Have you played any of them? Did you buy the bundle and actually play one, or are you like me and just bought the bundle and then never played any of them?
So I've played KOTOR 2, Empire at War.
Oh, there you go.
I've played Jedi Academy again, and I think that's all of the ones that I've played from this. I may have booted up classic Battlefront 2 before new Battlefront released from EA. So I played a good bit of them, but not all of them.
You've done pretty good for a Steam sale, because I'm the sucker that they make these sales for, where they give you a nice looking dollar number, and game total. And if it's Star Wars, it's like, oh, okay, sure. Easy. I literally, Nick, I bought the bundle probably 3 or 4 years ago. I didn't even install a game. I just bought it because it was Star Wars and it sounded like a great deal.
Oh yeah, no, dude, I totally
do
get
people
that,
still
I've been
like
bit
Steam?
by that before.
Do people still like Steam, or they all moved to Epic?
I think most people are still on Steam just because of the variety of games you can get. There seems to be more games that you can get on Steam than you can get on Epic.
Got it.
I don't know. Like I had the Epic Games launcher when I was playing Fortnite in like early beta, and I don't even have it installed anymore. But it's just like it's so hard for me to move away from Steam now because I have so much on it.
Right.
Like it's just like, what's the point? Like, is there a reason for me to go to Epic and not be on Steam?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I've never been in the
prey to that before. Same thing that you have. It's like, oh man, this is on sale, $5.
I know.
I got it.
$5 for 50 games, even though you'll never play them. But fuck it, you got to have it.
It's like it used to be a meme in the game community. It's like Steam summer sale coming up. What are you gonna buy? Steam Christmas sale. Get ready.
It is the best. It really is. It preys on that FOMO aspect of people like me, that people like to collect, people like to know that they have sometimes multiple versions of the same thing. I guess I'm glad I don't set up my Steam client anymore, because I'd probably still get suckered into it every summer, even though I do not like playing computer games.
It happened to me like yesterday. So I'm like, I feel kind of bad. I'm on Steam. I'm like, all right, I'm playing a game on Steam. That's how I play. SWTS is through Steam. I boot up the Steam launcher. Something pops up. XCOM 2, $5, 95% off.
Hell yeah.
I'm like, man, $5? I'm in. I bought it. And like,
it's funny you bring that up, Game, because Nick. Hey, Game.
Game. Hey, Game.
I've been playing through Gears Tactics, which is an XCOM. I mean, it's a turn-based
strategy.
I forgot how much I love that genre.
Dude, well, if you want to get XCOM 2, $5.
Don't worry about it. I got an XCOM 2 PlayStation 4 disc unwrapped sitting in my stack of gaming backlogs. So
there you go. But yeah, dude, it's just like they'll every time you open up Steam too, they throw it in front of you.
I know,
it's like,
hard.
Fucking sale. This on sale right now.
Their targeted advertising is perfected.
Yeah, they do a real good job there. So, but yeah, I mean, Battlefront 2. I mean, not Battlefront. Republic Commando port coming soon. We don't have a date on it. It is from Aspire Media. So
we thinking it's only going to be Switch then, like the other ports from these, like the mid era, the mid 2000 or early 2000s. Because I believe the Switch now has Pod Racer, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Academy. And it looks like they're probably going to be getting this Republic Commando if you read the tweet here.
Yeah, the tweet says Switch. I mean, again, this has only been leaked. There's no actual media out about it from Lucasfilm or from Aspire. So we don't know the official platforms that it's going to be coming to, but if it does follow along with the other releases of games in this era, it's probably going to be Switch only.
Yeah.
Or PS4. PS4 got one of them.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, PS4 I think got Pod
Jedi
Racer
Knights.
maybe. Hey.
I can't remember, but they got one of them. So
I've skipped the others. This one, just because of what I said a few minutes ago, it's been a long time. I've only played this once, so I think I probably would install this one on the Switch, but only if it's a sale. I can't buy games on the Switch at full price. I just can't.
Yeah, I mean, if this is going to be like a $60 purchase or even like a $40 purchase, I don't know if I could justify that. That seems a bit steep.
No, $10 or less is where I'm at.
Yeah. So,
especially because this shit.
Me.
I don't know if it's just a stream size at that time, but if you look at the screenshot on the live stream, they're saying it's only 43 megs.
I don't know if that's actually.
I'm guessing it's
43 megabytes, which would kind of make sense though, dude, because games that came out,
of course, they're not big. They're not big.
Yeah, they're not huge, and especially now with like, being able to compress your softwares and stuff like that. I don't know if content size is like.
I think it's just the amount of data streaming on the video capture they're doing. That's what I think that means. Yeah,
because it's right next to video capture. So,
and then it's like checking his blood alcohol content at the bottom there, and it passed.
Yeah,
so.
BCAT.
The game definitely was not drunk.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry to be eating here, people, but I knew I'd be here for a good part of my day, and I got to go throw around some rubber in the my man gym, the garage that is. So I'm eating some meat sticks live, so I apologize for that.
There we go. All right, so next up, we're staying in the game realm, and we're going to talk real quickly about the newly announced Ubisoft.
Yeah, we got a slight update, right? And this is factual. This isn't rumored shit.
Yeah.
This came from the Ubisoft investors call, I think, last week. Some dude on there, Daniel Ahmed. I'm guessing he's a game guy or covers something, but
he works for, I don't know, senior analyst at Nico Partners, NIKO.
All right, so he's probably a money guy, and he was listening to their earnings call, and he came away with what he called his big takeaways. Some of it's just Ubisoft's commitment to AAA and porting AAA to mobile or making the same experience mobile, AAA, blah, blah, blah. But the stuff we are concerned with is about the Ubisoft Massive game, which we know is a reality. We know it's open world, but we did get some updates here. We now know for a fact, and this kind of sucks, I think it gives us a good window now when we'll see this open world Star Wars. We know for a fact that this game, the open world Star Wars, will release after Ubisoft Massive's Avatar project.
Okay.
So if we're thinking this Avatar project is going to release within the window of the Avatar sequel,
2022,
right? That's kind of what I'm getting at, my friends. I would, if this is legit, and if game development carries on like it has throughout the past 10 years, you're talking 2 to 3 year lead time for a big ass game like this. And if they're not even going to start. They're probably working up. If they're not going to release this open world Star Wars until after their Avatar game, I'm thinking like Nick said,
23,
yeah, 23, something like that. Yeah, because the Avatar sequels before Disney was like, we quit. We don't want to make Star Wars movies. It was Star Wars movie Avatar, Star Wars movie Avatar, Star Wars movie Avatar.
It's supposed to be Avatar 2022. Star Wars 2023, Avatar 2024, Star Wars 2025. So it like skips each year. So the Star Wars movie, and that's what they may be aiming for. Maybe they're aiming to release these games in cadence with their associated movies.
Yeah, Nick's right. I just wanted to clarify, but they're shooting for December of 2022 for Avatar 2.
Avatar. Yeah. And then December of 2023 would be the Star Wars movie release window, which we're assuming at this point is going to be Rogue Squadron from Patty Jenkins.
Yeah, you'd think so.
The other big piece of news here is it's going to be using the Snowdrop engine. It's not really surprising. Snowdrop engine is Ubisoft Massive's proprietary game engine. That's what the Division was built off of, and that's what some of their other high-end AAA titles are built off of Snowdrop engine. And
I guess the reason to care about that is I explained it a little bit based on what I read, but Snowdrop was created for efficiency over realism. Yeah. Like Nick said, for Watch Dogs, that's what it was developed for, to create those procedurally generated worlds as you're walking so you don't have a lot of load times. So from what I've read, Snowdrop allows developers to kind of get a game world up and running pretty quickly because it's not, the system's not being taxed, the engine's not being taxed on visual fidelity. On ultra spit that dick out, son. Ultra realism. There you go.
Yeah. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because a lot of the games that that are these open world kind of sandbox games don't look the best, but the world is very immersive. I mean, that's what you could say about, if anything, about Assassin's Creed. Yeah, Assassin's Creed doesn't look great, especially not when you compare the new Assassin's Creed Valhalla to something like Ghost of Tsushima. But the world is very big, it's very immersive, you can get kind of lost in it. So maybe that's probably more what they're going for. They're not going for like the visual fidelity like EA did with the Battlefront 1, Battlefront 2 games, where it looks awesome, but the amount of content that you get is very small.
Right. They're
going for large amounts of content, huge open world, immersive quality to it, but you're not going to be looking at, Jin Sakai with his hair whipping in the wind, or, you're not going to be playing Kylo with his cape and his lightsaber emitting all of these little things.
Since you brought up my boy Jin,
yeah,
I actually think they achieved both in that game. They got a massive world that generates on the fly, but they also have that detail. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I agree with you that if you were going to give kind of like an open world sandbox game to a studio, I really wish it would have been Sucker Punch.
I'd be like, listen, motherfuckers, just change the assets. You can keep the same damn game, just change the assets. Turn grass into sand, turn the pagodas into Tatooine huts or Coruscant structures, and ship that bitch.
Yeah, and then all you do is you take, because Ghost is separated into 3 sections.
Yeah.
Just take those 3 sections, make them 3 planets. That's
See?
it. Easy.
See, sign us the fuck up. We don't know how to code for shit, but we got the ideas.
change the horse. Kage was my horse.
Yeah, just change it to a fucking speeder bike.
To a speeder bike, yeah. And then he doesn't have to talk to it like Jin talks to the horse.
Yeah, and instead of using the wind for your direction, it's like midichlorians dust or something.
You see like the midichlorians come out from your chest leading.
Yeah, you're like,
direction.
Which way do I go, Qui-Gon?
You feel the pull of the Force. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There we go.
Yeah, you feel the pull, and it literally, you see your character like just getting dragged into a certain direction, like, go this way.
One way or another. But yeah, I mean, small updates. It does suck that we're going to have to wait till post Avatar for this. But knowing that it's Avatar, it seems like, that these two franchises, Avatar and Disney are it seems like they may be treated in similar ways now from Disney.
Yeah.
They're both going to Ubisoft for their games. They're both slated for interval year movie release schedules. So, I mean, good to know.
And we may be a year or a few months off, because I would think, just because this genre has all but died, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there really are, the movie game genre is gone, right? There hasn't been and we even got some for the prequels, where you had that Obi-Wan game that was loosely based on.
You had an episode 3 game where you could change the ending.
That's what I mean. But you'd always get a game that was loosely affiliated to a movie, and it was usually pretty shitty.
Yeah.
But I think they just killed that. Like it doesn't exist anymore. So maybe
I think the one that truly killed it was this most recent Avengers release from Square Enix.
Yeah,
I don't know I don't know how the game is. I didn't play it, but apparently it did horribly, and that was supposed to be like most people looked at it as like the companion game to the Avengers movies.
But you know what I mean? Like, it used to be a thing. If a movie came out, especially a summer blockbuster, you were going to get some half-assed in a box game.
Yep.
As a compliment. So, maybe if we're lucky, this Avatar game goes first to remind people of Avatar, because it's been a long time. I mean, James and company has taken what is it, we're going on 11-12 years at this point in time in between the original.
Dude, I can't even remember when Avatar was released.
This could be kind of the soft reintroduction of, oh hey, you guys remember this shit that made everyone believe in 3D and buy 3D TVs, and it actually was a great piece of new IP from a man who is quite talented in the industry, if not kind of a dick to people, but shit.
Yeah.
He can cook up some universes that are very, very intriguing. So hopefully this Avatar game is kind of the precursor to the movie. That might mean we get this open world Star Wars 2022, but more than likely, like Nick said, I'm thinking this is 23 beyond, sadly.
Yeah, I think so as well. So that's the update there. Nothing huge, but good to put it out there, because I think a lot of people were hyped about this, and there could have been some angry fans out there if we get around to end 2021, mid 2022, and we haven't seen this game
temper
yet,
your expectations. The other thing that we didn't bring up, but a lot of people are now starting to kick around that this is probably going to be set or based on The Mandalorian.
Could be. It definitely could be.
At least, like, because I sometimes will read what other people are writing so I can steal their thoughts, Nick, because I don't have original thoughts. And a lot of the sites, old gaming sites, some of the people I used to follow are like, rumored to be centered around The Mandalorian. So I'm just kind of running with that myself. And it would make sense. If this is open world, knowing what we know about what has happened in the first 2 seasons, as well as really the wide open book moving forward with all of the spin-offs, if you will. Mando open world is perfect. I mean, a
lot of opportunity for interplay between, like you said, the characters of Book of Boba, characters in Rangers, characters in Mandalorian. All these characters can kind of play together in a video game would be a cool way to do it. So staying in the video game world for a little bit longer, we got another piece of news about an actress, a character from the Battlefront 2 campaign, and that's Iden Versio. So Iden Versio is voiced by Gina Gavankar.
Right.
If I don't know if people who know who she is outside of Battlefront 2. If you ever watched The League, she played Shiva in The League. I don't know if anybody knew that, but Janina was on Twitter as she usually
I love
is.
it.
She's actually
she basically fan casting herself is what I'm thinking. Or do you think she knows something and might have gone a little too far, kind of pushing the writers?
Yeah, dude, I don't know. It's like the way that she positioned this tweet. So basically what happened was some person on Twitter put out there like, so what's Iden Versio up to around the time of The Mandalorian, asking for a friend, and then tagged, at Janina Gama. And then she comes back and she tags Walt Williams, who is a writer for
Battlefront
Star Wars
2.
Battlefront 2, Star Wars Squadrons, and Mitch Dyer, who is a writer for Star Wars
created
Squadrons,
the
Battlefront
character.
2. Yeah, so, and she says, "Want to let them know?" And this got a lot of people out there thinking like, oh shit, is she going to make her way in?
That's kind of what I'm thinking is like, does she know something and she's skirting the lines of her NDA? Or is she saying like, listen, motherfuckers, these people aren't wrong. My character would definitely be heavily involved during this timeline, especially with the New Republic. She would have the freedom to kind of travel around, would make a great Ranger-style character, her and Miko, right?
Yeah, dude.
So there's a lot of sense to it, but I guess where things get even crazier, Mitch actually replied, and he replied to a fan that said, Iden and Miko should be hanging out with Zay, who is a 4 to 5 year old doing the post-war family thing. And Mitch Dyer replied, even better, as in, that's what she's doing.
Dude, I think you nailed it. Like, you wrote this article and you put in there that, she would be perfect for Rangers. And I think that's spot on, dude. If you're looking for Rangers characters,
that's kick-ass fucking Ranger right there.
Yeah, you can't beat that. Former Imperial shock trooper turned rebellion soldier. And then just her, we've said our pieces about the Star Wars Battlefront games in the past, but there's one kind of shining light between any of those
campaign
games.
with her.
Yeah, she was fantastic in it as Iden Versio.
Operation
and the story
Cinder
that was being told.
Right? Didn't Cinder is Cinder a genesis of Battlefront, or did they co-opt it, or were they the ones that created Cinder, which has now made it into Mandalorian? So it is.
I think Operation Cinder was already out in novel form.
Oh yeah, those 3 books, the Aftermath or whatever.
The Aftermath books had already introduced it, but they used it perfectly, and I think that Janina did a great job of bringing that character to life. And we know that she has live action acting chops. So I mean, like. Make it happen.
I just remember, like, she is so into this character too. I don't know if people remember, but at E3, she came out fully decked in the Inferno Squadron TIE pilot uniform, popped the helmet off. I mean, she completely embodied the role of Iden Versio. I believe her father was one of the main Imperials in charge of carrying out Operation Cinder. So there's a lot to this character that bleeds right into this timeline that we've all become fascinated with thanks to The Mandalorian. Yeah. And I think her being a part of Rangers, Miko, the other dude, what's the alien's name? The big red-eyed guy, bald head.
He's a Gond. I can't remember.
Yeah, either way, they're perfect for ranging because that's essentially what they were doing in the game. Like once she crossed over and was working with the rebels, they were essentially Leia's Pathfinders, going out there, kicking ass. Other names we've seen thrown for Rangers now would be Poe's parents. I think Shara and whatever his name is, who we're reading about in this in the Star Wars comic right now. They're kind of dicks, but these are the Rangers. We don't need Cara Dune. We got all these great characters right here that have already been going out and ranging. Yeah,
bring out some other characters. I mean, and just for Iden Versio's character specifically being a former Imperial, the level of knowledge that she would have about
Mayfeld.
About Mayfeld. Mayfeld is an example.
That's what I mean.
What you could get, but like even her level of knowledge about fucking about what's his name, Gideon, or any of the Imperial remnant that's out there. She even her father was a part of the Imperial remnant. He was supposed to go out and like he was. Ordered with executing Operation Cinder. You saw
That's
that.
What I mean. They like blew
campaign.
Up their home planet. He did it.
Yeah. So her inside knowledge about the Empire, I feel like her even to a further degree than Mayfeld, because as far as we knew, like Mayfeld was kind of he was a lower level guy. He was a soldier. He was a foot soldier. He was out there in the field. But like Iden was a commander. Like she was pretty high up in the Imperial
ran
ranks.
Inferno Squadron.
Yeah. So she was a pretty high ranking person. So the level of knowledge that she could bring to somebody like the Rangers, like a team like the Rangers, would be invaluable.
And we also know they make it all the way up to The Force Awakens.
Yeah, because they're in there as their old selves when you get to that timeline in the Battlefront 2 area. I think Del gets killed by Kylo, right? Or no? I know that
Del gets wasted either by their former Inferno Squadron compatriot who didn't cross the lines, or when Kylo kind of calls them, they get called to that planet. But I mean, it's. I like what the actress is doing. I mean, we don't know if it's lobbying for herself or if she does know something. But if you kind of peel back the layers, the character makes perfect sense for what Disney, John, and Dave and company are doing with the live-action Star Wars TV shows. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that she said, obviously after the entire Gina thing went down, everybody was talking about recasting or getting somebody else in there. She put out this tweet after somebody said like, hey, get Janita in there. She says, quick reminder, this is Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau's show. You love it because they make great decisions. They'll handle this moment with grace as they do with everything in the galaxy.
Thank you.
So, I mean, she may know something. Because
I hope she does. I hope she does because I really think I enjoyed the character when I first met her in the game. It's one of the only real enjoyable aspects of that game to me. I know a lot of you have found life in Battlefront 2 after they unfucked it. But I don't know. She just seems very dedicated to the franchise. And I think the character, the stories we know about her are perfectly cooked and primed for what we are seeing happen in this Mando timeline.
Yeah, and if we've learned anything from John and Dave, we know that they're willing to go deep into the lore. I will never discount any type of speculation, regardless of how far-fetched it may sound at this point. When they tapped a Skywalker for their show, all bets are fucking off at this point. Yeah, anybody is fair game. I'm not going to make any more firm predictions where I say I'm going to beat myself because I just don't think it's going to happen. At this point, anything can happen in John and Dave's sandbox. All right, so this is kind of time for me to take over again here because we did get a new comic. I'm going to try to keep this quick because my back's starting to hurt and I'm going on my third hour. Nick did the discount version of Star Wars Time Show today. I'm kind of jealous. I was trying to get hot water. I know, it's all good. We had a good talk. We had a good talk with Jay. He's a good guy. I think he offered up some good tips. So if he did come in late, if you are someone that likes the toy photography, the Star Wars artistry aspect of the Star Wars Time Show, we did have a guest to lead off episode 149 at Budfutu, aka at Blue Harvest Studios, both counts on Instagram. He is, in my opinion, the Dio King, as most of you believe, but check it out. Check out the segment. It should be up on YouTube today, and then we'll have the audio version out tomorrow. But like I said, I'm the kind of the comic book king over here, at least the... Oh, whoa! Sorry, guys. That one explosion. I knew it could happen. I am eating live on the show. Like I said, I got to keep the machine fed so I can go throw around some rubber in the garage. But anyways, I do the comics, and last week was a Vader comic release. Woohoo! Woohoo! And boy, oh boy, Nick, did issue 10 of the most recent Vader run get things back on track. And by that, I mean Vader was kicking ass, not taking names, and also reflecting on his past to really give us an even better picture of where his mind frame was at going into Return of the Jedi. Yeah, I mean, you said that this had been down a couple of weeks in a row, it just right? Like a couple of issues. It was like, oh, he had to talk to the Eye of the Webbish Bog, and then he had to beat up the droid, whatever the fuck their name was, of Bastoon. He did the fun stuff with Ochi where he's basically just fucking around with him now. Remember, we left him. Ochi is literally in an escape pod stuck to the bottom of Vader's Jedi starfighter that he picked up. They've gone through hyperspace. They're currently sitting outside the red nebula of Exegol.
So Ochi's just like getting hit with radiation, all sorts of shit, and no one gives a fuck. But that's why we love Vader. But the thing the canon entry, or the interesting canon we got from Vader number 10, is the fact that this Sly Moore character, we knew she was around because I talked about her a few episodes ago. She was the one that essentially hired Ochi and was overseeing Ochi's assassination attempt of Vader. So again, this all comes from Palpatine on down, right? Shit rolls downhill. It's no different on the dark side. Palpatine's like, listen, this dude started to get a little too cute, a little too emotional after he had his fight with his son. He needs beat down and broken again by all of my hate, all of my assassins, to get that anger back built up. So we know what he's done. He beat the shit out of him, left on Mustafar, and sent people to kill him. Well, because Ochi failed, Sly comes back and takes another chance. This time, she has 3 Star Destroyers with her against Vader's old Jedi Starfighter with an escape pod attached to it. So what do you think she does? She, opens fire. Nothing. He's Vader, one of the greatest pilots in the galaxy. And she's like, all right, now we'll get him. She sends like a couple squadrons of TIEs at Vader. He's just going boom, 1, 2, 3, 4. And before you know it, you realize he just took out 11 TIEs by himself in about a minute. To where she's like, all right, fuck it. I got to kill this guy. So she forces the 3 Star Destroyer captains to unleash all of their TIE fighter squadrons at once.
Oh my God.
So in this comic, Nick, you're not only getting great visuals, you're not only getting Vader doing what he does behind the yoke of a starfighter, but you just see what it takes to try and kill this man. All right?
Yeah.
We have three Star Destroyers, couldn't do it. 11 TIEs couldn't do it. So they send legions of them, and you see them in the panels. Like they're just flowing out like you're dumping out cereal out of boxers. Like, blah, they're going crazy. Vader's like, okay, I probably can't survive this. So what does he do instead? He's like, you know what? Fuck them. I'm going to go take on the Suma Verminoth, which is that big thing from Solo, right? The thing that was hanging out in the mall trying to eat the Millennium Falcon.
So we just called it the space squid.
Right. Well, I verified it as a Suma Verminoth is the appropriate term for us dorks that like to figure out fake science fiction classifications. I don't know what animal kingdom he was from, or what his Latin name was, but that's what we're going with. So Vader's like, whatever. He flies right at this thing. This thing's trying to swat him down with his tentacles. They get into the Red Nebula, and this is where we get to see Vader's inner workings, because apparently these Verminoths, they can fuck with your head. They can make you see things, or
so they're like psychic too.
Exactly. Okay. It's almost, I don't know if it's like that. What's the thing that what's his name breaks out to read Bodhi's mind?
Bullgully.
Yeah, the Bullgully. Our boy Saul. But it seems like that type of beast, albeit it floats in space and whatever.
Yeah. So
here's where we get some interesting kind of behind the mask, if you will, with Vader. We get. He essentially has a vision, Nick, where he directly correlates his high ground battle with Obi-Wan and his subsequent high ground battle with Luke on Bespin. And if you think about it, Vader did have the high ground when the duel began, right? He was up on the steps. Luke was down below. He didn't give him the high ground speech. But I think what Vader was essentially equating in his mind, outside of like, I'm a big fuck up, my son is going to kill me and become the next Sith, because that's where he ultimately goes. That's how Vader processed the vision. So
he didn't think that that Luke was just trying to defeat him and then defeat the Emperor. He's like, he's trying to kill me and then become the new Sith.
So you actually see Luke stab Vader out, Vader's dead, and he walks off with the Emperor. But like I'm saying, the whole time, and it's in comic book panel form, but I imagine these are flashes in his head. Like he gets the high ground, and it's Obi-Wan saying it to him as Anakin, and then he juxtaposes the image of him being on the high ground and his son kind of foolishly coming at him like, I'll beat you, I know better than you, old wise guy. And I think what he was doing, I don't know if he was seeing his own mistakes in his son, or what, but it, dare I say, it was kind of beautiful to see the man of Vader in this severely fucked up mental state that he's been in now for 18 plus years. Now that he knows he has a son, his son is like him. It's like he's trying to reason his life choices with what he's seeing his son do, as well as how he is treating his son. And like I said, to him, he believes that he has failed ultimately and will be put down by his son, and his son will assume his mantle at the side of the Emperor.
Yeah.
I don't know. It is probably
stuff, yeah.
a little deeper than my weak ass brain can kind of interpret when it comes to how you should break down visuals of a severely disturbed person. But it seemed like he was kind of equating his major duels in life to that duel he just had with his son, and how duels with Vader and former friends or masters usually don't go well.
Dude, if you think, they oftentimes have high ground involved too, because even the last battle, the battle on Death Star 2, Luke ends up on that fucking pedestal, and
right.
Vader's down here, and that's when he throws the saber and cuts the whole thing down.
Yeah, so
he's
like,
I'm not letting anybody get the fucking high
exactly.
ground.
Like it's like I don't know if that's Lucas just being Lucas and creating the mirrors like he always does, but apparently the high ground meme, and as much fun as we've had with it, has been a theme throughout Anakin Skywalker's dueling career. It really has. I mean, outside of his fight with Obi-Wan on the Death Star, where Obi-Wan went into that knowing he was going to die, Vader there is something to say about Vader in high grounds.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, obviously, having the higher ground in a battle is a well-known military tactic.
Yeah, with
and
guns.
stuff like that. Yeah, because you can shoot down at your targets. It's easier to shoot down than to shoot up. It gives you natural cover because it's harder. You're obscured if you're looking at an upward angle. But yeah, he used that a lot, and it probably a lot more than we thought. So looking back on it,
who knows? Like to me, I really appreciated the imagery because, like I said, you're seeing behind the mask, which you don't get in the movies whatsoever. You don't really get it at all outside of these comics about Darth Vader. But yeah, it's just crazy stuff. The high ground, and really, if you think about the high ground in Revenge of the Sith, it is so ridiculous. It's like, why didn't Anakin just jump to solid ground and then walk up to Obi-Wan and start fighting him with a fucking saber? I mean,
yeah, just get off of the fucking thing that you're on the lava and just walk at him. I mean, that's what Luke did on Bespin. He just walked up the stairs at him.
It's like, why the fuck do you have to do this crazy ass like double flip to try to get behind Kenobi?
I'm more powerful than you.
Yeah, like he fucking farted or something, and just turned into like a rocket ship. It is like, because you know what Obi-Wan's saying, because like Nick said, that's like old school. I'm sure it was in the Art of War. Like, if you have the high ground, you will win, because you're fucking shooting shit down at people trying to get to you, or they're trying to climb up walls as you're dumping tar and lighting them on fire. I don't understand in melee combat how the high ground gives you anything.
Yeah, I really don't understand. Actually, being lower than them is probably more beneficial. Yeah. In melee combat, because you have easy strikes at their legs. Like, you can just swing at their legs, and they have to swing down at you.
It's Anakin really does. He just forfeits at that moment. He's like, all right, fuck it. I'll just jump up right at you, and so I'm completely undefended, and you just slash apart my remaining appendages.
Yeah.
That's why we love him.
Not a lot of thought.
No wonder he was so fucking angry going into the armor. I would be like, damn it, I am an idiot. Idiot! He even told me I should have foresaw that if I jump in the air at a guy with a laser sword, he'd be able to slice and dice before I land. But oh well, live and learn. I'll be here again 10, 18 years down the road when I piss off Palpatine and he smashes my parts and leaves me here to die. So, like I said, it was a real good Vader comic. It ends with our boy breaking the rules because he's finally... You can tell that Palpatine's plan has worked. I know, like, a lot of us that were reading this, we're like, yeah, Vader, he's going to get Palpatine. We know what happens, right? Because this is still pre-Return of the Jedi. But while you're reading this, I assume there's people going like, oh, yeah, he's getting tough. Palpatine's plan's backfiring. Look how strong Vader's getting because of all this. That's what Palpatine wants. Palpatine.
Yeah, he wants some strong.
And Vader explains it. He goes through the the fear and the anger leads to hate and blah blah blah. And then he's just like, hate leads to power. And he's like, fuck it. And he uses the Force on the Suma Verminoth. And the way the issue ends, it's as if he has taken control of it, and he is about to storm Palpatine's compound on Exegol with all those Sith acolytes and followers. So that's where we leave things at.
Shit.
But Vader, remember, he wasn't supposed to use the Force, so Ochi's all freaking out. But at this point, Vader's like, fuck you, man.
It's like, how are you going to stop him?
He's like, I have tapped into a new level of power thanks to the trial Palpatine put me on, and now I'm really going to see what he's up to on Exegol, because I got this beast. He's like a beast rider at this point. And it's almost like he's going to mow over the structure, which we know doesn't happen because of Tross. But next issue, Vader is going to go into that same citadel that Kylo and Rey traveled into. So I think we should get some interesting canon bits for that.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I mean, it seems like this picked back up in a big way after a couple of down issues.
Yes,
so nice to see
some
it
good
back on
art,
track.
good just fucking Vader being a badass. I'll take Vader being a badass art any day. And he did it both in space as well as on the ground with the Force. And it's just, again, just angry, pissed Vader. There is no better Vader. I mean, this guy is...
Are you sure? Are you sure that angry, pissed Maul is not better than angry, pissed Vader?
Power-wise, no. I mean, I still think Anakin had that the power over him.
Probably.
And I do. You are right, Nick. But my number one is still... The big guy. Darth Vader is still number one. Maul made him, he got himself close. He's in the 2 spot, but Vader is still number one.
You're right. You're right there. But, there is some Maul news floating out there. It could be news. It could be nothing. All right. So we don't want to put this out as,
or it could be like on our
shit,
post, because... sorry, Tones. I think I scared Nick a few years ago when we set up our website. I'm like, hey, if we got imagery, try to reuse it. But he only reuses featured images, which, as a webmaster, I love the guy for not eating up more space. But sometimes on a story like this, it may make sense to drop the new image. Because Nick, I don't know if you read the comments on our post on Instagram.
They were probably like, this was an old thing.
Hey, you guys are wrong. This isn't what he did for the Clone Wars, idiots. Dummy. I'm like, okay, well, they're not completely wrong, but if you go read the article, you'll see that Nick did pick up on the new post from Ray Park.
It's in the article. Yes, I reuse images often. In fact, I reuse the same image twice in a week with the Republic Commando image.
I got it. I know what you're up to, but these people don't. So yeah, we do understand. We do understand that Ray Park worked in Clone Wars and did mocap for season 7. The image that he was posting is this one you can see on the live stream right now, and it looks like the head cap that Ray has to wear when they start to put the makeup on him. Yeah.
So if you see this Instagram post, which a lot of people picked up on, I mean, really it is. It's the Maul head cap. You look at it, he says, "Meet me on Dathomir" as his caption. Sith life. I don't know what TAO means, but the hashtags he uses are hashtag Solo, hashtag Maul, hashtag Ray Park, Darth Maul, Star Wars, Sith life, Sith rule. So like, to me,
what the fuck does Tau mean?
That's what I was gonna say. I don't know what TAO.
Anybody
is.
TAO out there in the peanut gallery?
Yeah, I don't know if this is like a Ray thing. Like Tao itself is like a religion, Taoism,
right?
Stuff like that. So I don't know if that is like his espoused religion.
I mean, it was just nice. It was just nice to see Ray back posting on social media, and it's not his dick.
Yeah, his penis isn't in it, so that was a good move to start with. But to me, like, these hashtags kind of lead me to believe that he's just rolling with like, this is a shot from the Maul.
Of course it is. I mean, Nick, you and I, we're nuts. Even more so. I'm on Star Wars leaks every fucking day. No way would a Star Wars actor be allowed to share this type of shit if it wasn't for an already released role.
Yeah, dude. Do you really think that like he's gonna put this out? I mean, just think about
I'm playing Maul again. Solo 2's happening.
Yeah, like all of the subversiveness that went into getting anybody into a show, like even amongst the leaks and everything, like you had like rumors and leaks around Katie being Bo-Katan, but you never saw like, oh, here's the Bo-Katan helmet.
Right, she wasn't posting herself in the wig.
You don't see the Ahsoka headdress before before the season 2 of the Mando came out, anything like that. So this is almost definitely just from the Solo set.
Of course it is. But why is he sharing all this? I think that's the question we should be asking, not what is he doing? Ooh, he's going to be Maul again. Look at these pictures. Now, these pictures are clearly from years ago. But the fact that he's done it twice now within a span of 3 or 4 days, it's like, is he missing the character? Did he really get let go by Disney, as some people speculated, because of his dick pic? I doubt it.
I doubt it. I mean, I feel like that in that instance, that was probably a simple... It was either one, a hack, or two,
right.
Like he just simply fucked up. And put that on there. He's probably drunk. But yeah, if you look at it, he put the headdress up, and then on on Monday he puts up this this image of him getting the face paint done and everything like that, and then I think it was on Monday again he posts up another like fan art of Maul. So I don't know, man. It could be that he may have heard something's in the works. Like, Rey, you're coming back, man. We're gonna bring you back. You're gonna be back in the black and red.
It has to be.
And if you think about it, there's some possibilities. There is some possibilities for him to come in outside of a full-on Solo 2. We know Kenobi's happening. We also know that at this stage, Maul is still alive, we think. This Kenobi series that's coming out, Maul's still alive. Very possible that we get a little bit of Maul in Kenobi, given the fact,
Bro, it was on. Like, I mean, without them just coming out saying, hey, here are the scripts. The Kasdan said as much. The cast said as much when it was all, out in the press. We got material. Ron said it. We got material. Like, they were planning to extend that Solo franchise into a franchise. So there's no doubt in my mind that Maul would have played a role in Solo 2 or Solo 3 if they went that far.
Exactly. 100%.
You still need, because Maul's story is fully told, but like a lot of stuff in Star Wars now, there are gaps that can be filled in. We don't know how Maul went from running Crimson Dawn to being the crazy guy on Malachor looking for a Sith holocron because he has to kill Kenobi. Like, it's gotten that bad that he gave up all his power.
Yeah, a lot of time to fill in there. And here's the thing, like, he could work in Kenobi or Andor, realistically, because if we go far back enough in Andor where, like, Cassian is young, you still have crime syndicates being run.
Oh, yeah.
You probably have, like, the rebellion is probably not only dealing with,
that's probably when they're at their peak of power, right, Nick? Right when the Republic falls and the Empire's trying to take hold of the galaxy, you have so many vacuums out there that powerful people are going to take advantage of, and we know what the fuck this guy was up to right at the end. Yeah.
And like, that's the story that was being told in Solo at the end, is like how these crime syndicates were actually hurting the rebellion because they're siphoning off all of this,
stealing the resources,
and, like, taking all of their resources.
Exactly.
So in Andor, it is very possible that one of Cassian's missions is to, like, infiltrate one of these crime syndicates.
I like where you're going.
Stuff like that.
That is a genius way to get him back in if they're really going to hold firm. And I know there's still a lot of people out there that think the Solo movie was another bastardization of the franchise and the character. Everyone wants to fan cast another guy because he does a good impression of Harrison Ford. I thought Alden did just fine. I really do enjoy Solo. It's a fun type of action Star Wars movie.
Dude, it's a great way. If you want to introduce anybody to Star Wars, show them Solo, honestly. It's shorter than most of the movies. Right. And
it doesn't really get into the mysticism too hardcore. Yeah. It is more of a heist film as it was built.
But then you have those icons in there, like those Star Wars mainstays and Chewbacca and Han. And you're like, look, that's Han Solo. If you say Han Solo to anybody, they know, oh, Star Wars guy. There he is. And that's the first movie that I showed Taylor, and she was like, "Oh, this is pretty cool. I like this. This was fun." So it was, I think that Solo is a great way to introduce it, and I think that Andor is another way that you can kind of pick up on that story thread that was being told at the end of Solo with the crime syndicates, how they're affecting the rebellion, and bring Maul in that way.
I'm just like fanboying out on Ray Park's Instagram right now. Looking at,
I mean, Ray's got some fun shit.
He's got like he's whipping a big bushy beard now. He's got a lot of gray. Like he's got the
quarantine beard.
Reed Richards, Fantastic Four gray going on the sides of his head.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's a bad motherfucker. I
dick pics or not, I'll always love this guy. He is one of the few panels I've gotten to see at a Celebration live. He was the main dude, and it was Warwick Davis. Warwick's one of the best MCs out there, by the way, for Star Wars panels. But Ray just he had so much energy and passion for that panel. I mean, he's up there doing like, I mean, he's basically redid the entire Phantom Menace fight, air fighting with someone's sword that they threw up to him. He called people up to duel with him, and he just the passion he had about the role of Maul. And the kind of martial arts that he brought to it from his personal life. He is a great guy to listen to. He's just one of those high energy dudes that you don't feel like he's just nothing but testosterone. Like he's not like, blah, like that type of shit. He's just high energy and makes you feel like you want to get up and start doing fucking flips and shit with him. Yeah,
dude. It was really cool. I got to see him one time. He was at a Star Wars day in Disney before Disney bought Star Wars. It was probably like 2006, 7, right post Rots, and he was there, and Billy D. Williams was there, and he was actually up on stage, kind of interviewing Billy. And he did his little, he took one of the sabers from, it was a parade. He took the saber from a kid on the parade route and did a bunch of moves with it and shit like that. I mean, he does seem like a cool ass dude. So I hope they bring him back in, man, because he really does bring that physicality.
Hey, maybe we get Ray on the show at one point in time, because so far any stunt person we've asked to do it, they don't want it. They're like, nah, ask the first unit. We were trying to go after second unit kid that played Luke, but he's like, nah, you should talk to the first unit. It's like, they're all scared to fucking talk.
It's like, dude, no. It's like, the reason that we reach out to you is because we want you on the show.
Exactly.
How about that? We don't want first unit guys.
Talk about yourself. It's okay to take pride in your work. I mean, as I said before, what shows are out there talking to the stunt people, the people that make our action fucking look rad and get us all excited?
You would think it'd be easier, too, because you're best friends with a stunt guy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I could probably have him force them to do it, but I don't want that. I don't want him browbeating them to help me out. It's like, well, it's fine. I don't care. It's like, it is what it is. Like you said, I'm not as, laissez-faire about the show as you are in terms of, I got to have followers. You know me, I'm a nut. Yeah. I would like a bigger audience, but it is what it is. I think we do a good job. I think we have fun on the show, and if they want to come and play, they can. If they don't, then so be it. Oh, well. Ray, we're here for you, though, buddy. Dick pic and all. If you want to throw out your schlong, we'll let you do that live. Whatever you want to do. You want to do some kick flips, some bow staff twirls. We're here for you.
Yeah, all 200,000 of your followers too.
No, but I love the guy, and I maybe he's just trying to juice up his algorithm again. But maybe he does know something, and he's just doing the ultimate kind of tease right now. And I'm hoping it's the latter. But if it's not, it's just nice to see Ray making the Star Wars rounds, if anything else.
Dude, I will say that if you look at some more recent photos of him, people were kind of shitting on Ray because he looked chubby when he was doing the stuff for season 7 of Clone Wars. But recent pictures, he slimmed down, he lost some weight. So maybe
Ray's he's just one of these fucking magic humans that I'm sure can go up and down at the snap of a finger. I mean, he's always going to be fit, is what I'm saying. Even if he's packing an extra 20 or 30, I guarantee he still could do a double leg kick flip, some wild shit that doesn't look like a human should be able to do it.
Yeah, definitely. So
he just knows how to move his body. These people, even Lauren, I wish we could have had her on because she worked with Ray. and they're both martial arts masters to begin with. They weren't stunt people to start. Their martial arts led into the stunt stuff, and you can see the difference between just a stunt person and someone that started in martial arts or gymnastics. The way these people can manipulate their body is just, it's not real.
Yeah, it's a little disturbing from time to time.
Insane.
It's like, what? You can fucking do that?
Why does gravity not affect you like it affects my little short fat ass? Like I feel like I'm stuck to the earth, and these people they can jump so high in the air that they twist their body twice and do a flip before they hit the ground. So good for them.
Pretty fucking incredible.
But yeah, he is very cryptic. Like Nick's not kidding. Even if you look at just regular shots, he's got like a hat there with a mall in the background. Someone did some mall art for him. So he's very mall centric on his Instagram, and there's that Tao thing. So maybe that is the Book of Tao, or Tao. Is it Taoism?
Taoism, yeah.
I'm guessing that's a form of Buddhism, which would make sense for Ray Park.
Yeah, it does kind of fit with his brand. But yeah, so no real news on Maul. I mean, we got a couple of posts on the IG. It could be that he got some news and he's getting juiced up, and maybe he'll be in Andor, Kenobi. Maybe they are doing Solo 2 as a series. It seems like Disney Plus is their new cash cow, and they called him up and they're like, "Hey Ray, we just announced 11 Disney Plus shows. Do you want to be number 12?" And let's go.
He's like, "Fuck yeah."
See. Yeah.
Hold on. We got a fresh news alert. And this comes from the intern, actually.
Oh shit. He's actually doing something.
Well, I know he's a comic guy, but it looks like right now that it's been announced that Charles Soule, who's like the main Star Wars writer of comics and books at this point in time, is going to be doing Star Wars War of the Bounty Hunters, and it is starring Boba Fett.
Okay.
All right, so here's a synopsis. The main story that we're dealing with is a Boba Fett-focused crime epic that involves Boba Fett going up against some of the heaviest hitters in the galaxy. It's Jabba the Hutt, it's Black Sun, it's Darth Vader, and a bunch of others, factions, and so on. That I think will be really interesting for fans. It's basically Boba Fett by himself against all these people.
Damn. Okay, so building more legend behind the Boba Fett. That's good.
Yeah.
That's
so
good. I like
just
it.
Another quick timeline synopsis. By the time the War of the Bounty Hunters miniseries begins, so it's going to be a miniseries, which means maybe 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, like 5.
Boba Fett is no longer in possession of Han Solo. The story seems destined to reveal how Fett reclaims his prize ahead of Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I'll probably
cool.
check that out, especially because it's going to be a mini-series. But thank you there, intern. Look at that. A live alert on the Star Wars Time show. We're back. We're almost in our usual time slot to finish out episode 149 here. But alas, it is time to move on to that fan segment, right?
It is. We got one little piece of the Sideshow collectible news here, and then moving right into our top 5.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even pull up the old...
You did. You didn't hit
the old I can get it real quick, but what Nick is talking about is we've got the tease, and it is truly a tease at this point in time, so there's really not much time
you don't even get the full image
to sit here and kind of circle jerk over this thing. But I mean, if you're a collector, if you're a capitalist, you knew this was coming. You knew Hot Toys, especially based on all the other Mandalorian 1/6 scales figures they put out, you knew they were eventually going to tease their Neo Boba Fett, and that's exactly what we got. And it is full on Neo. It is not the painted Neo Fett. It's the acid wash Neo Fett, if you will. He's got the little bit of the paunch there. He ate well when he was outside. No, I'm just kidding. Remember, he's got all the padding, people. It's all the padding. But it's going to be the Boba Fett we saw in episode 6 of season 2 of The Mandalorian. Once he finally dons his ancestral armor again. I can hear the fucking sound right now. It's like, Ludwig obviously nailed the theme song of Mandalorian, but I actually think the theme he made for Boba Fett could be his greatest contribution to the franchise at this point, because it's that doom da doom da doom da 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 doom da, doop, da. And it's like anytime I hear that now, I'm waiting for Fett to drop out of the sky, drop some grenades on my face, and then crack me with a gaffy stick.
There you go.
But this is all we have. I mean, I don't even think you can pre-order them yet. Probably going to be in the $260 range, and I would assume the earliest we're going to get our hands on them will be late 2022. So
all you got is a RSVP list to join. So if you want to do that and you have a Sideshow account, you can sign in and then sign up for that RSVP list. But yes, all we see is this nice midsection of Neo Boba. I hope one of the accessories with him is the Tamira cowboy hat.
yes,
Dude, that would be
fuck yeah.
I would yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm all.
Whoever Sideshow, if you're listening right now, which you are, cowboy hat. Put it in there.
Yeah, they're right on it.
Yeah,
I bet it is a pretty bland accessory type of figure, though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure what gaffy stick. You get the
probably his pistol. I don't even know.
I want to see if they do anything with this, like if they give you like an attachment.
Oh yeah, good call.
Thing.
Like where he says, "Hey, this is me. I'm Boba
Chain
Fett."
code.
Have you seen the parody of that scene, Nick?
Dude, there's so many of them.
It's the one where he pulls up the dancing Boba Fett at Disney. He's like, "You see, this is me, Boba Fett," and it's what they used to do at Disney, where they'd bring him out in front of the Endor shield generator door looking thing, and they're doing like hip hop dances, and then he's like, "See this." This is my father, and it's Django like dancing on the set doing shit, and Mando's just like, yeah, I get it, I like it.
It's been memed so many times. Like I saw one where it was like a Pokemon card. He's like pulled it up. He's like holographic Charizard first edition.
God damn, I love the internet when it's not worried about cancel culture and shit. That's what the internet's for. It's to meme out Tamara Morrison acting out Boba Fett, trying to prove his armor belongs to him, to Din. But yeah, keep an eye out. I'm sure I'm definitely getting this figure, even though I know a lot of you think I'm a Boba hater. I love Neo Boba. I've said it 1,000 times, and I need to get this. I think this is going to be a great looking 1/6 scale. All right, dude. So getting into the fan segment, we're going to kick off with the fan question of the week, as we usually do. Let me pull up the old Slackadoo.
Pared down fan segment of the week.
I adhered to Nick's directive, although I can't count, and I still pick 6 anyways. So that was not intentional. I think it's because I loaded the story one first and forgot, and then grabbed some of the comments. But
it's all good.
It is what it is. But Nick's right. I mean, this is a segment that, you maybe try to earn. New people, leave good comments, you'll get picked. But we are going to limit the fan question of the week responses that are read on the show to about 5 a week these days, to try to rotate in some new fans and just get better responses. So let me go ahead and pop up the Slack. There we go. All right. So the question was, and yes, there was some hidden intentions behind this, without me just coming out and saying, "Fuck Cara Dune, she sucks," right? No, I kept it pretty open-ended, and the question was, favorite female Star Wars character and why? Go. All right, so first up, I think we got, my buddy Darth Hideous. I know he hasn't been read in a few weeks, and he always puts his time in. So I figured, what,
he puts in effort.
I'll give him a shout this week. So here he goes, Darth Hideous, aka Star Wars Toys 73. This is a tough choice. I do like the character of Jyn Erso. She's tough, capable, and ruthless. While she endured a lot in her short life and ultimately secured the downfall of the Empire, suffered the loss of her father, and made the ultimate sacrifice on Scarif, she's just not as compelling as Asajj Ventress. This badass bitch went from slave to Jedi Padawan to Sith assassin to Night Sister to bounty hunter. Plus, survived assassination by her master and death at the hands of the Jedi on several occasions. She plays a key role in the reemergence of Maul through his brother Savage Opress. Her story is tragic, being that she's betrayed by everyone she trusts until she cannot allow herself to trust anyone again. All in all, she is one powerful female, force-using agent of chaos. She would have made a super badass Sith.
It's a good call. I mean, I think that like Ventress is probably one of the most underappreciated characters in all of Star Wars,
Right.
because she is like, she's just looked at as a bad guy or a bad girl. Like she's just the villain, and nobody really does look at kind of all of those things that Boss Jan Darth Hideous calls out here. Like
she has a defined arc in the Clone Wars. It is a defined arc. I mean, she goes from being Dooku's Padawan to being basically cast aside like they do, to going back to her home world, relinking with them, and ultimately she ends up helping Ahsoka, who's being wrongly persecuted by the Jedi. Plus all the comic book shit that I'm not too well versed on, and I don't know, I got a little thing for her too. I just Star Wars female aliens just do something for me. I don't know what it is. I mean, yes, she looks much more humanoid than my Twi'leks and Togrutas. But I don't know, maybe it makes that pale white skin. She always reminded me of Jack from Mass Effect 2, always.
Yeah, they're very, very similar. Both bald, very pale. I think Jack's got more tattoos.
Yeah, and this is a character that I contend you can't get her full scope unless you watch the 2003 Clone Wars cartoon.
Yeah, like
that's what she was created for that, and you really get to see more of her skill set and powers. I mean, there's an entire arc on how she was used to lure Anakin away from the battle and try to kill him, and they have a hell of a fucking fight. Like, to the point where Anakin definitely taps into his evil dark side to beat her. So yeah, man, Asajj is fantastic Star Wars female, no doubt.
Yeah, 100%.
All right,
next
I'll
up.
give you Press Pause Photography, who I believe is Connor.
Press Pause Photography here. Another one who says this is a tough question. He says, for myself, it comes down to two pivotal characters. Cinema in its entirety owes something to Carrie's Leia. She broke the mold on what a female character could be in a blockbuster. She's no damsel in distress, nor is she helpless. Leia is a valiant hero and politician who has no problem staring Darth Vader in the face, lying to him for the betterment of her cause. Leia flipped the script on what are common cliches even today. Without Leia, it's hard to say what the women in Star Wars might look like. Which brings me to my second character, and ultimately my favorite female character, Ahsoka Tano. Ahsoka is a character that faced one of the hardest challenges of any character in the franchise to date. She had to be introduced in a story that featured already beloved and renowned characters. Yet through some careful decision making on the part of Dave Filoni, she was able to grow up with the story, with the show, ultimately able to stand with the best in the eyes of her peers and the fans. Where once stood a bratty, arrogant, and annoying Padawan developed into a cunning, compassionate Jedi. In fact, I'd argue one of the truest forms of what a Jedi should be. She is what I imagine Anakin would have been had he been trained by Qui-Gon Jinn. Ahsoka and Leia are two unforgettable, necessary gems that make Star Wars what it is. It's a very good.
That's how you get yourself posted these days. With Nick's new restrictions, follow Press Pause Photography.
Yeah, that was very well thought out, very well, spoken, very well written, and he's right. I mean, when it comes down to it, without Leia, you probably don't have the female representation and the types of female characters that you have in Star Wars. I mean, that includes everybody from somebody as simple as, Luminara Unduli in the Clone Wars to, Bo-Katan and Rey and all of these other huge figures that are in Star Wars now that, play primary roles in Star Wars now. So it's like, can you say anybody without mentioning Leia in there as like the catalyst to the whole thing? And
there were a lot of Leias like in the comments. We do read all the comments. I'll at least give you that.
Yeah, because we gotta find.
Yeah, but there were a lot of Leias. So very, very well said there from Press Pause.
Indeed. All right. Next up, we got Lights, Camera, Tentacles, and he says it's a good good call out, good pick. I know Matt's going to appreciate it.
It's very timely. I may start crying the way I react whenever I hear anything about Star Wars Rebels these days.
Keep an eye on Matt's tear ducts. Says Harrison Dula, one of the Rebellion's founders.
She truly is. She truly is.
Yeah. She's one of the few non-human characters in an important role. Yep. She's understanding, a great leader, has a variety of skills, and stays calm during a crisis, using the chaos to gain the upper hand. She accepts droids as people and is an amazing pilot and tactician. All this without being some chosen one or Jedi. She became a general and was active during many important battles. Last time we see her, she got a kid, and he's piloting the Ghost right beside her. She's great.
Yeah, I mean, I clearly picked that one because of my recent fascination with Rebels. And Nick, I'll tell you what, we started, the kid and I, we finished Rebels, so we got in the Clone Wars, so we re-picked up our chronological watch. We're about halfway through. We're almost done with season 1. And I know it's season 1 Clone Wars, so it's not a fair comparison because that was the genesis of animated Star Wars. They were definitely working some things out. They were working out the visuals. They were working out the type of stories they wanted to tell. But I just, at least in this early season, I know it'll probably change down the road, but I just do not feel the emotional connection and attachment to these early seasons of Clone Wars that I instantly got with Rebels. And I mean, that could be my love of the OT era, the fact that Rebels was many years later and they had perfected some of the storytelling and how to introduce new characters. But I just, it's like the season 1 of Clone Wars, I'm not quite, the old tears aren't flowing like Charlie was used to seeing when we'd watch some Rebels. So who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Quick drop in here before I read the next question. So this has been circulating on Twitter from multiple outlets, but apparently Rian Johnson's trilogy is still in the works.
Yeah, I saw that too. There's this girl, her name's like Soraya or something, that she somehow has access to a lot of the cast of the sequel trilogy. I believe she had just done an interview with Daisy a few weeks ago where she was dropping some choice quotes. So I believe that's the same person Nick's talking about. And yeah, she more or less just said, hey, I don't have any fucking details, but it's still on. They're still thinking about it, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
All right, either way, good job there, Lights, Camera, Tentacles. He is the creator of the Clusterfucks, remember? He does those wild-ass...
Yes, Clusterfucks.
And typically, it shouldn't surprise us that he went with a Rebels character, because most of his customs are Rebels-based characters. So
interesting. Very cool. Next up, I love this name. Very well thought out name. The Toydarian.
The Toydarian does a lot of like fun setups where you can see in his
it's like Luke smoking a cigarette.
No, he's smoking a big doobie with Yoda. The Toydarian, his training on Dagobah involved smoking spliffs and rolling blunts.
There we go.
With Master Yoda. Yeah, that's what they are doing on Dagobah.
Right. Solid way to train. He says, seriously though, my favorite female character is Enfys Nest. That's a good pull. Again, like really kind of digging deep.
Yeah.
She is a space spiker and a total badass. I wish we learned more about her, as she has a very fascinating backstory and so much potential for the future too. I would love to see if she makes an appearance in Mando season 3, or maybe if Solo 2 were to happen, which, by the way, is such an underrated movie. He's
touching on exactly what we just said. And Enfys would be another character that could have been further developed. But there's a point there, too. Because she is only in Solo, I don't know if there were any comic type of stories centered around that. But she definitely would have potential for Rangers.
Andor.
I mean, yeah, a lot of the new timeline.
Like, she's so young.
Yes.
Like that was the big reveal. Is like when Enfys finally takes off that mask, she's like a teenager.
Exactly.
She's like 14, 15, 16 years old. So like if she's that young in that timeline, by the time you get to Mando, she's in her mid-20s, late 20s.
She's a little older,
which is a perfect, I guess Mando's 7 years post ROTJ. And then
Solo was a loose 8 to 10 years before A New Hope.
Yeah, you're probably right. So more in like her mid 30s. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that she would be perfect age for another Rangers character. But then again, like we already know that she's a part of the rebellion. If you're going into Andor knowing that this is going to be rebellion focused,
yeah, that's a good point.
Boom.
Yep, she's
right
there.
Get her.
There's
get
no.
her
I
right
mean, hell,
in
maybe she's one of the people that recruited Cassian. I mean, who knows?
Fucking could be.
So
her mother. I mean, like if you go far enough back into Andor, we know that Emphasis' mother was a part of the rebellion, like helped early times of the rebellion as well.
Right. So good pull there. The Toydarian.
Yes. Next up is.
Let me say the name.
Yes,
Zachary Maguire.
I was like, what the fuck?
Right? I'm pretty sure it's
Zachary Maguire.
Zachary, like a little kid saying Zachary, so it's Zachary Maguire. It's like a little kid pronouncing a name.
Oh, dude, that's actually a good fucking catch. I wouldn't. I mean, maybe you're so used to hearing kids speak that it just like
100%,
without 100%. About it. Zachary Maguire.
See, you can't help but put on the accent when you say it.
You gotta do the little kid voice. He's another Ventress lover. So he says, Asajj Ventress, what a character and story. Going from Night Sister, assassin, Sith in training, and becoming a hero to the Republic. Dark Disciple is an amazing book that is made of lost Clone Wars episodes. It's amazing. So yeah, again, like I said, Taylor read the Dark Disciple book. I did not. I may have to pick that up and read it myself.
Yeah, apparently it's pretty good. I've heard the same from other people as well. Just it's a book though, so it kind of discounts me.
Words and shit, very hard.
Up next, toy.at.heart. Just going with the new Rey Skywalker because I just resonated with her immediately. Enjoyed her journey throughout the sequels.
Yeah, the first time I read that, I was like, "Did he?" It's trying to say reinstated, and then I was like, "Oh, resonated." Okay.
You know what? I was a huge Rey fan myself. I mean, I gave my kid's middle name of Rey, so she clearly resonated with me too. I can't say that I fully enjoyed her journey at this point in time, mostly because of what happened with the whole "you're Rey Palpatine." But hey, I still love her. Think Daisy is a badass actress, and I hope she doesn't have too much of the Star Wars stink on her, and she does continue to perform her art.
Yeah, I mean, I like Daisy as an actress. I think that as an actress, she did a good job of portraying Rey as she was written. There, I mean, at this point, it's hard to argue that there weren't any fumbles with the story of that character. I think it's very clear in the trilogy, but I do like what she was in TFA, which she could have ended up being.
I was gonna say she had a lot of potential. She
had a lot of potential. Yes, she had a lot of potential.
But then it is what it is. So there we go. Yeah. That is the new reduced version of the fan question of the week responses. So get good. That's our message here. If you want to get read, get good.
I mean. And like we say, by all means, still reply if you only want to put a 2-word answer. But only put a 2-word answer. We appreciate all of the comments coming in, but we didn't want to suck up 45 minutes for just the fan question of the week segment anymore. I mean, some of the questions, we would read 10, 12, 15 responses.
It was turning into how the fan segment in general was turning into a full-on hour segment. And we love all you. You make, you keep us going. Having everyone in the live stream's fantastic and the Discord's great. But at some point in time, we need to actually interact with our families as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm going on 3.5 hours, so I'm going to get us right into this week's version of the top 5 Star Wars fan artist features of the week, and it is a +1, which means Nick let me play, so I got the pick, and I actually had to go with my second pick, so Nick didn't let me play. He swatted me down. Once I gave him the idea, he stole it.
Or you could look at it as you got both of your picks.
Yeah, you're right. The one had to make it. The one had to make it. But anyways, if you're new to this is what we do typically at the end of the show. Throughout the week on Instagram, we are scouring our tag of hashtag Star Wars Time Show. We're looking at our people that have tagged us in their posts, but the goal is to find any and all Star Wars art that is tagging at Star Wars Time Show and hashtagging Star Wars Time Show to share on at Star Wars Time Show. And then, of course, every week on the live stream, typically on Tuesdays, Nick drops the top 5. So you see how it works throughout the week and get featured on our Instagram account and YouTube, or not YouTube, but Facebook. And then if your art makes it into Nick's iconic top 5 listing and post, you'll be talked about on said show, just like we're doing now. So tag us and use the hashtag. Up first, my friend, who do we got?
We got at Nicholas_Schvetz on Instagram. And this is a really cool concept. So Nicholas is not a toy photographer. He's a digital artist / photo manipulator. So what we have here is a reimagining of Boba Fett as one of the Green Lanterns. So if you follow the Green Lantern universe and stuff like that, you know that there are multiple Green Lanterns. So what we see here is Boba Fett, and he essentially reskinned it to be all black and green. The background, the slave one, is like it has that like ghost-like green translucent quality.
It's been conjured essentially by the ring.
Yeah, by the ring, and you see he's also holding the Darksaber. He's got his signature rifle in his hand as well, and they got fucking missiles from his jetpack going off in the background too. I just thought this was a really awesome concept, and he executed it perfectly. Even down to making the O in Boba Fett the ring.
No, I agree. I mean, this is just
awesome.
a cool piece of art. It's I know last week we were just talking about the Marvel and Star Wars crossing over. Well, this piece lets me know that DC and Star Wars could technically cross over. I still wouldn't want it, but in art form, I dig it. And I think the Green Lantern is a perfect superhero to apply to any Star Wars character because, as Nick said, the power is all in the ring and essentially your imagination, which you can conjure up. And I don't know, for me, it works very well with the character of Boba Fett.
Yeah, perfectly. And apparently our fan base liked it too. Over 1,500 likes on this image. So really awesome to see them resonating with something that's not a toy shot. I know that usually non-toy shots don't do as well on the page, but
it means it's a damn cool piece of Star Wars art. So
really fucking awesome.
Check them out.
You know what I'm surprised by, man? Huh. That we haven't had any Spaceballs stuff. This like Spaceballs, like toy photography, or like little thoughts on that never pop up. Maybe there's no figures.
Yeah, I think it's more a lack of figures. I don't think Spaceballs ever got figures. I can't remember if they did or they didn't. And those of you just joining now, like, hey now, Bat and Figure Hurts, I don't want to. I know you're excited to listen to our Gina rant, but it
wasn't much of a rant.
It didn't really end up turning into a rant. It was too many days had passed. It's just like, why? I mean, what's the point of beating down dummies over and over again? It's just, it loses its fun after a while. It's in there. We definitely discuss it and kind of give our opinions on why people had a lot of bad takes. And it's not just our opinions of having they're just bad takes. They're wrong. But it's not on the Boba Fett level of craziness.
Not a full
I was quite tame for it. It's like same shit she's doing. I could get in trouble for here. So I gotta watch how hyped up I get sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm not. There are nights on a Tuesday where I will sit there and be like, "Oh fuck, what did I do today?"
Yeah, and it's like you have to be careful with whatever you say if you work in a workplace, and you know. Right.
This is me understanding the importance of responsible free speech and the consequences of said free speech. Exactly. But yeah, you guys know, me. You saw some of the stuff in Discord. Just this is a black and white issue when it comes to the Gina Carano thing. It's not opinion based. She fucked up. She paid the price, just like the rest of us would. So we'll leave it at that.
There we go.
Up next, who we got? Up. Oh yeah, this is a first time. This is a first and first.
Yes, this is so. Nicholas Schvetz was the first, so that's at NICOLAS_SHVETS on Instagram for that awesome Boba Fett Green Lantern mashup piece. And then next up, we have another first timer in the top 5. This is at Khaleesi _of Pops, Khaleesi of Pops. And she has an absolutely incredible rendition or recreation of a shot with Ahsoka and Grogu from Mando. So you see Ahsoka kind of, holding Grogu as he's sitting on the rock and leaning in, putting her head against his. I believe that's actually a recreation from a shot from the show, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, outside the figure being the Clone Wars version, but who cares, really? I mean, a lot of people use that figure to do Mandalorian Ahsoka shots, but it's just... It's beautiful. It's the atmosphere. It feels like a little art piece versus just toy photography. Yeah, and Khaleesi, like you said here, this is the first. So the first time you picked it up, and then the first time, like her first shot on the feed also makes the top 5. We've been doing this a lot lately, where I'll do a first-time feature on the Star Wars Time Show Instagram account, and then you'll instantly nominate them for a top 5, which just means, hey, Khaleesi of Pops, beautiful work. Job well done. If you look at her feed too, I mean, she's kind of going the way of you, Matt. Like she is primarily a pop photographer, but she's starting to sprinkle in some of these other figures, some of these, Black Series figures, some of these different style of well, Nick, it happens to the best of us. Over time, I think we start to feel like, ooh, look what they can do with posable figures. I want to try that too. And then it just kind of takes over. I mean, who knows if Khaleesi Pops will be like me and retire from altogether and start selling them for thousands of dollars. But you're not wrong. It definitely seems like started as a pop photography account, which there's nothing wrong with it. That's where I started. I actually think they're great figures to take pictures of because you eliminate a lot of thought. You just set them up, put them in a nice little scene. But her shot of Ahsoka and Grogu is just, it's choice. That's what I like to say. It's choice. It really is a beautiful representation of these two characters in the moment that they share together on Corvus. And that is, as Nick said, it is a direct scene recreation. And I know I when I type it, it probably looks like recreation. Just know if I ever type awesome scene REC creation, I mean recreation, not recreation. I just don't feel like doing hyphens and bullshits. No hyphen. You don't need that in there. But yes, this is at Khaleesi _of.pops on Instagram. Go give her a follow. And then, support her in her move or her mixing in of Black Series and pop figures. Yeah, I'd actually like to check in on this count a year from now and see if it just goes full into figures and the pops kind of stay left behind. Stay in the background. Yeah. We'll see. We'll be watching your career with great interest. That's right. I mean, it is a movement. I'll say I started the movement, even though I'm not that good. But Rob Chase is another one that made excellent Funko Pop art, but is now kind of crossed into the figures. Yeah. Rob almost made the top 5 again. I know we just had Rob in there last week. With that Kylo Funko. That Kylo Pop. It's fucking slick looking, dude. Yes. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah. So, all right, next up in the top 5 this week, we got at Tong Wars, our good friend. I know he's sometimes in the chat. I don't know if he is now, but this Tong Wars, I mean, this is classic Tong Wars. Right. I believe a shot like this is what first drew our eyes to his account, probably almost 2 years ago at this point, or a year and a half, however long we've been doing this thing. But it's like he rolls out. You've got this beautiful, I don't know if this is a set or a sunrise. There's some water in there for reflections, and he just lines up his Lego vehicles. In this case, it looks like the First Order walkers, Kylo's command shuttle, First Order ties, Kylo's silencer. But it's a landscape shot. So there's Star Wars toys in it, but they're Legos, but they almost look real because of the landscape photography. It's just the fucking sun. I mean, you could remove the Star Wars toys, and it's still a fucking it's still a beautiful shot of just the environment. That's what I'm trying to get to. If you look on Tong's page too, right before he shared this one, he shared another one of the silencer of Kylo and his silencer getting followed by in a dog chase with Poe. And dude, that is unbelievable, mind blowing, unbelievable. It's just the way that Tong can get these shots, these real in environment shots. He's got another one. This is from December of last year though.
Imperial lander coming down, like, oh my god, man, like it blows my mind.
Yeah, Tong Wars excels at doing appropriate sized Lego scenes, right? Like he's great at those too, but he also excels at bringing these tiny ass Legos into our world and making them look life size. And that's kind of the shot we're looking at right now, is one of his real life Lego shots. And these things are tiny. Yet the way he shoots it, the perspective, it makes them look like they're bearing down on the camera to shoot the shit out of them, just like Kylo tried to blow the shit out of his Uncle Luke, right? More!
Oh man, but yeah, man, this shit is so good. It's so good. I love Richard's work. It's just unquestionably like him, Ray. We have a couple other really good Lego.
Yeah, Sith Load, I think you said, right?
Sith Load of Lego is always up there. But those guys just make this shit that's literally this fucking big sometimes. Yeah. Like an inch big, just makes them look as real to life as possible.
Totally.
It's incredible.
Totally. At Tong Wars, you will not be disappointed. If you like Legos, if you like Star Wars, you can't find a better page out there. Yeah, hell, if you just like fucking landscape photography, you can't find a better account out there.
Wipe out the Star Wars stuff. You got some beautiful landscape shots. I mean, this dude must live in like the most beautiful area in wherever he lives, whatever country he's in.
Well, she'll probably tell us like, hey, it's in my backyard. It's a mud puddle.
Backyard.
Yeah,
sprayed some hose water.
If you look to the right a bit, you could see a dog turd. But hey.
Oh man. Maybe. But next up, Matt, this was your first choice for your top one. This is, like you said, this is the mastermind, the creative mastermind.
I'm at a loss for words already. I mean, what we're looking at, if you're in the community and this shot came up here on the stream, you instantly go, oh yeah, I remember that. This is from At Work, more or less. Him and the C3PO bros, or whatever their little tag is. They finally started doing shots again together. So last week, it was Work, More or Less, Switpix, and Black Series. They teamed up to do shots of Jar Jar. But what At Work, More or Less cooked up is just pure genius. Like, this is savant level creativity, all right? He took a shot of Jar Jar as if he was on set with George, Ahmed, Liam, Ewan, all of them. Back in the mid 90s, because it is a shot of Ahmed wearing the Jar Jar getup that he had to use on set, so the other actors knew where to look with their eyes. And everyone that has seen Phantom Menace, you've watched behind the scenes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He essentially wore Jar Jar's head on top of his head like a hat. He had these goggles that went over his eyes. And then he would wear the Jar Jar body costume, and then that's how they would execute scenes. So Jason recreated all this with fucking action figures perfectly.
Yeah, literally perfectly. Like, it is scary how accurate he got to that fucking, like, what actually happened on screen. Like, it is mind-blowing. And he shows you the way he did it, too. So to make Ahmed's face, he actually took the Finn figure.
Right.
He took Finn's head, popped it off, put the Jar Jar head on top of it, drew on like Ahmed's
his beard,
facial hair, and then created that little
he made the visor too. Like, it was recycled, because I read his whole tutorial, because that's one thing Jason does. Like, he breaks it down. He gives you reference shots. I mean, this is why At Work, More or Less, you got to be following, because he teaches you how he does his magic. It doesn't mean you're going to be able to pull it off the way he does, but he kind of gives you that peek behind the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz. But I mean, even the goggles he made out of recycled plastic and then like tinted it and shit. He put car tint on little fucking glasses for an action figure.
Dude, that is
the level of dedication. Nick, I know you weren't here for at Budfutu, but his tips that he was leaving the community was, listen, time, study it, pull up a scene, measurements, take your time. Who gives a shit if you throw up a post right away? perfect it, and that's what work more or less does. That's what he lives by. Just the fact that he cooked this up and then executed it using 1999 figures in terms of cash, $20 a pop, and the resulting image he got it's just masterful. Yeah, and this is something, again, like if I was working at Lucasfilm, if I was Ahmed Best, I know he tagged them. If I saw it, I'd be like, someone fucking hire this guy to do something.
Yeah, it's like, what can Jason? I'm sure there's something. I know that Jason
he
can
works.
Do there.
He does great. I mean, he runs his own fucking design agency essentially. Yeah. But now you know why. Now you know why people like Jason do work for themselves when they come up with ideas like this for fun. Like, this is a fucking hobby. And he cooked this up and executed it. And it is, I mean, the photography's photography. To me, this is the embodiment of the toy photography space. This is what we do. We try to recreate things that we've seen from Star Wars. And the fact that he is recreating behind the scenes from Star Wars with such levels of perfection it's just ridiculous. You're getting too damn good, Jason. Stop it.
Dude, even if you look at looking at the pulled out shot, not the one that, because we shared the first one. The pulled out shot's even crazier because he's got extras in there.
Oh yeah, they're on set. Workers, he's got the fucking blue screen. He's got the blue screen in
the background. He's got full sand. He's got he went to the nth degree to make this as accurate as possible. It is mind blowing.
It's his imagination is insane, and then the ability, like I said, to actually carry out his visions. I mean, a lot of us can sit there and imagine stuff. It's having the skills, the patience, the ability to then execute it, and work more or less he's one of the best out there when it comes to that type of stuff.
Perfect. I mean, it's literally.
Dude's always thinking outside the box.
Yep. At Work More or Less on Instagram. Give him a follow. He's just a shade under that 20K. He's at 19.9 thousand followers.
Shit. He'll be there by the next time he's featured on the Star Wars Time Show.
That's right. So, beautiful work. At Work More or Less. Last one for the official top 5 before we get into Matt's top 1 is from at the Corellian Smuggler, and it's a Dark Side Ray shot. We don't get a lot of Dark Side Ray shots. I like the Dark Side Ray shots. I wish we would have got more Dark Side Ray in the movie, in fact. But this shot here, I really love it because this is what the Mistress of the Sith would look like, in my opinion.
It's a good shot of a figure that's hard to shoot, because I have this one, and she's kind of like the nihilist, where everything's rubber and connected. Like, that's a rubber hood. It's basically glued to her head.
So Corellian Smuggler threw on a soft goods kind of cape in the back.
No, she's got a bit of that. It's just getting her head to look right is what I'm trying to say. He did a great job here, and you're right. It is that's the embodiment of what she would have looked like. She doesn't look angry. She doesn't look tense like Kylo. She looks calm, collected, and ready to kill. Yeah, exactly. And I also love how he added in some debris flowing around the bottom and top of it. It's almost like she's standing there and the force is just whipping stuff around her. She's just using it to create this atmospheric presence around herself. Like when Superman puts his hand down to the ground and the rocks start to levitate. Yeah, it starts to that type of stuff. Yeah, man. I just really like it. I know that Ray is one of the more, I don't want to say ignored, because I don't know the full toy photography space. I see what we share. I see what, our community puts up there as well. But Ray is one of the ones who's definitely fallen out of favor recently with a lot of toy photographers. Really, Nick, all the sequel trilogy has kind of fallen off the face of the earth. Everyone's reverted back to Mando. Prequel, Mando's kind of overshadowed that at this point. That's what you're seeing. Just, and they're not going to make sequel trilogy figures anymore. I mean, they have no reason to unless they set another property within that timeline. Yeah, very true. So, but it is cool to see somebody take this shot. Yeah, I like it. It makes me want to shoot mine and quit being a lazy asshole. But there we go. So at the Corellian Smuggler with the awesome Dark Side Ray shot. I also like the lightsaber effects he threw on there too. A little lens flare there, a little bit of that. Definitely good work from the Corellian Smuggler. Indeed.
All right, Matt. So this is your second option, top
That's
one.
right.
Because as you said, I stole your first one.
They're
so
always
tell
top
us
ones to
about-
me, Nick. No one's ever second
Yeah.
place to me. You're the one that sets numbers like that. But yeah, my backup in case Nick was going to go with work more or less is Jar Jar Binks behind the sinks shot was a recent shot from @wretched.hive, another one of my personal favorites. Pretty much anything dude puts out, I enjoy. He's got a very defined style, which you can see in the shot, which is of the new Bo-Katan. So you get that. You get to see the new Black Series Bo-Katan, as well as the heavies behind her and one of the loyalists. But it's like he's envisioning the moment she regains the Darksaber. She's holding it in front of her. You can tell there's a strong sense of pride in her and however she was able to get it. And then you can see the other Mandos essentially taking a knee or bending the knee towards her.
Bending them.
Letting her know, like, all right, you are the one. You have earned the sword in combat, or if that matters this week or next week, who knows? But she's got the Darksaber. But Wretched Hive, like, it just always gets the lighting right, the atmosphere right, and the setup. And it always does the kind of the up and down the portrait type of shots. So it's that essentially shot for Instagram, the 4:5 aspect ratio. It's an eye catcher, right? Like it's hard to not look at this because Darksaber effects are very nicely done. The lighting is somewhat muted by, it looks like some soft proofing, but that just kind of adds to the airiness of it, like the atmosphere, kind of that type of feel. You even got to like the helmets, just a little stuff like that. Like she took her helmet off to look at it, but it's down on the ground. You can still see it in view. So it's just it's a nice setup scene, nicely lit scene. And again, just a nicely staged shot of Miss Katan Kryze, Bo-Katan Kryze.
Yes, definitely agree. It's a very, very good representation of Bo-Katan. So yeah, that is the top one. That's the top 5, and that's the end of the show. I know that I've only been here for about 2 hours, but Matt's been here for about 4 hours.
I'll apologize to Nick and a lot of you. You probably saw me on camera, but I was definitely starting to fade out there at the end because I still got a good part of my day left. Got to work out and then got about 5 hours worth of lecturing tonight. So I was starting to feel the pain, but hey, I had a good time. We did the fucking Star Wars time show. We had a guest to lead off @Budfutu @Blue Harvest Studios. If you missed it, check it out. He was fun to talk to. I think he gives some great down to earth tips for those that like to backpack during a pandemic and get stuck in Malaysia for almost a year, and those that want to start making dioramas for their toy photography shots. So check it out. And how can you find that? Well, just go over to StarWarsTime.net. It'll be up there sometime tomorrow. But more importantly, that is home base. That is our Masasi Temple. That is our Yavin 4. That's our Echo base before it gets infiltrated. All our topics are going to be on StarWarsTime.net. But more importantly, for new listeners, if there are new listeners, please be new listeners. You can find information to get yourself linked up to the podcast on whatever platform you like. And if we don't have the platform you like, you're just listening on the wrong platform because we got all the good ones, the big ones, they're there. The Spotifys, the TuneIns, which are the Stitchers, which are now Siriuses. Who knows? We got them. You can find them on StarWarsTime.net. Get subbed up. And more importantly, if you're subbed up and you've been subbed up on any of the platforms, rate and review. That's, to us, it's the same as giving us money. We don't have any Patreon buttons. We don't lock any of our podcast shows. We don't hide any of our content. That's because we want you to like us. We want you to rate and review and tell the search engine overlords why other people need to find the Star Wars Time Show when they take their chubby fingers to a keyboard and say, hey, good or the best Star Wars podcast. With enough ratings and reviews and subs, subscribers, followers, whatever you want to call it, Google will bend the knee to the SWTS and show prospective fans of the SWTS why they should be listening to the Star Wars Time Show. You long timers, you know why. Keep spreading the word. You are our disciples. All right? Bring us the flock. You know, all you have to remember is StarWarsTime.net. Okay, so write that down. StarWarsTime.net. And they'll go, oh, why? Oh, there's always time for Star Wars time. They'll go like, oh, really? And then you go, no. Remember, if you listen to the Star Wars Time show, the Force will be with you. Always.